Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat and very welcome to Lund. Nej, säg till när vi är live. Ladies and gentlemen, very welcome to the high-level conference on institutional protection of fundamental rights in times of crisis. And very welcome to Lund and Sweden. My name is Sharon, Jåma. I'm a Swedish journalist, and I'm very honored to be your moderator for these two coming days. And hello to all of you who are watching us online as well. So, how do we promote and protect fundamental rights in times of multiple crises? What are the main challenges, possibilities, future solutions? Today we have brought together panels of experts and interesting guests, and tomorrow we also will have very interesting guests, namely you, discussing in breakout groups. I know that there are many people with experiences and expertise in the audience, so I do encourage you all to take part in our discussions. We left time for you to interact with the panelists, so please do that. Before we start, I have been asked to inform you about some practical details. There is a live stream today of the whole afternoon and parts of tomorrow. We also have a professional still photographer, Josephine, where are you? In the back. She's taking photos, official photos, and if you don't want to be in her photos, so please tell her or anyone in the team here around the conference. You will find the pictures, more information, and the live stream on the website, sweden2023.eu, and please, if you want to share on social media, there are two hashtags, EU2023SE and hashtag fundamental rights in EU. After the conference, there will be a report highlighting the key outcome of these 2 days. In other words, what we say here can make a difference. It will be fed into the continuation of work of the Council, so your participation makes a difference. But now, please let me welcome our host, the Swedish Minister of Gender, Equality and Working Life, Miss Paulina Brandberg. Give her an applause.
Thank you. Director, distinguished guests. I want to warmly welcome you all to Lund and to this conference on institutional protection of fundamental rights in the times of crises, organized by the Swedish presidency of the EU in cooperation with the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency. We are grateful for the great cooperation we have had so far with the Fundamental Rights Agency, and we're looking forward to continuing on the same path. And I'm pleased to see so many of you here today and for the opportunity to host this important event. This conference will provide a forum to discuss how structures to protect human rights in the EU can be made more robust and resilient in times of crises. What can we learn from crises, past and present, and how can we best move forward? The EU is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. These values are common to the member states. In these dark times in Europe, it is crucial to continue to work towards our common goal, a union of equality. A union in which the equal value of all people and equal access to rights and opportunities are self-evident, both in theory and in practice. In the EU, the Commission, the European Parliament and the Council of the EU, together with member states, we all share a responsibility to protect fundamental rights and to ensure equal treatment and equality for all. Member states have undertaken to guarantee the rights and freedoms enshrined in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union for all people within their jurisdiction and to ensure that fundamental rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. The protection of fundamental rights and union values cannot and should never be taken for granted. Unpredictable crises and developments, such as the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, as well as events related to climate change, can severely affect the lives of people and communities in the European Union as well as worldwide. Member states must anticipate and be prepared to address such crises. In this context, robust and resilient structures for the protection of fundamental rights are key. There is clear evidence that countries where human rights are respected and protected are less prone to conflict or crises and have increased resilience to withstand unexpected crises. However, the protection of fundamental rights sometimes requires us to take an active stance. It requires us to act. By instigating an unprovoked and illegal war in which civilians are deliberately targeted, Russia has shown a blatant disregard for both the rule-based international order as well as the rules of war. By channeling political, economic, civil and military support to Ukraine, the EU has demonstrated its commitment to protecting fundamental rights. Indeed, the true test of our commitment to these rights lies not in the way in what we say, but in what we do. The protection of fundamental rights and union values is a continuous endeavor and a shared responsibility which requires a collective effort from all actors concerned. A healthy and thriving democracy requires that people are able to participate actively in public debate without undue interference by public authority or other powerful actors. Human rights defenders play an important role in facilitating public debate, especially in upholding fundamental rights and in the reporting and monitoring of misconduct and other abuse. Civil society organizations are essential in our constitutional democratic societies. In March, the Council approved the conclusions on the role of the civic space. The conclusions emphasize the essential role freedom of association plays in ensuring a democratic and pluralist society and the proper functioning of public life. The conclusions call on member states to tackle challenges related to funding by ensuring fair distribution through transparent and non-discriminatory criteria. Member states are also invited to empower civil society organizations by ensuring meaningful participation when drafting and implementing legislation and policy measures. In the conclusions, the Council invites the Commission to continue providing adequate and accessible funding, simplify open calls, and continue to use innovative approaches. Everyone must be able to fully enjoy all human rights. This regardless of sex, gender identity or expression, regardless of ethnicity, religion or other belief, regardless of disability, sexual orientation, age or other status. Crises impose new challenges on institutional actors to deliver on the protection of people's fundamental rights. Europe is confronted with several simultaneous threats. First and foremost, Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression against Ukraine. In addition, and in some cases as a consequence, we also face the cost of living crises, the energy crisis, the climate crisis, the long-term impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. These crises have seriously affected our societies with a disproportionate impact on persons in vulnerable situations, such as children and youth, the elderly, people with disabilities, and minorities. Furthermore, these concurrent crises provide fertile ground for disinformation campaigns to spread across societies in the EU. The EU stands at a delicate moment in its history, a moment of existential significance for the well-being and sustainability of our societies. And fundamental rights are essential in facing up to the challenges. Governments must ensure that human rights are upheld every hour of every day, and we must not be complacent. Never back down from our responsibility to protect democratic values. I hope that this conference will make all of us holding a part of this responsibility better equipped for this continued work, because we cannot afford to rest. Thank you all for joining us in this work. I hope you will have informative and inspiring days filled of mutual learnings, new connections, and energy to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to welcome our keynote speaker. He is the director of the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. Please welcome Michael O'Flaherty.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Minister Brandberg, State Secretary Andreasen, Vice President Barley, Special Rapporteur Kahn, Ms. Justice Donnelly, Director Malmberg of the Swedish Institute for Human Rights, dear heads of national institutions, equality bodies, and civil society organizations. It's such a great pleasure to join in welcoming you here today. And I want to, at the outset, thank the Swedish government, the Swedish presidency, for the wonderful cooperation out of which this conference grew. Our thanks to you. Dear friends, for a number of years, I served as Chief Commissioner of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. And that is why I've been so closely following events this week, marking the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Belfast Good Friday Peace Agreement. The agreement has been hailed as one of the world's most successful peace settlements. But what is less well known is that much of that success can be attributed to its human rights provisions. Human rights have been described as its golden thread, including guarantees of respect for rights by the governance and parliamentary bodies, a human rights-based review of policing, a requirement for equivalent levels of respect for rights in both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, the incorporation of the European Convention on Human Rights, as well as the establishment of human rights and equality bodies in both jurisdictions. There is no doubt that these provisions and the subsequent work of the human rights and equality institutions have contributed significantly to making both Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic societies that are fairer, more equal, more respectful of human dignity than would otherwise have been the case. The Belfast Good Friday Agreement, in other words, is a demonstration of the human rights system playing its core role, the role envisaged for it in the United Nations Charter of being foundational to peace and well-being. Now, by the way, for convenience this afternoon, I will use the term human rights system as a kind of a shorthand, while I acknowledge that it embraces many diverse elements, not all of which are formally related to each other. Today's human rights system has been in development for 75 years, since the moment of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the intervening years, a wide-ranging body of norms has been articulated, with many of them now embedded in national constitutions. They are overseen by national and regional courts and other monitoring bodies. Indeed, at all levels, be it national, regional, international, what can be termed a human rights architecture has emerged. The developments in the European Union are particularly notable and globally unique. The EU has become a source of fundamental rights law with direct effect, hierarchically superior to national norms, and in certain circumstances with horizontal application. The EU has established human rights actors, including the European Ombudsman, the Data Protection Supervisor, and of course the Fundamental Rights Agency. It has put in place specialist formations within the institutions, such as the Council's FREMP Working Party, of whom many of its members are here today, and externally a human rights special representative. Hard law and institutions are accompanied by numerous human rights-related policy initiatives, never more obviously than in the lifetime of the current Commission, which has 10 sectoral strategies in areas of human rights vulnerability. The EU continues to strengthen the non-judicial policy enforcement with tools ranging from the European semester to the imposition of fundamental rights conditionality for the disbursement of funds. And it's also important to recall the powerful global role played by human rights conditionality in the EU external humanitarian and development programming. This system continues to evolve. We see a growth in the fundamental rights jurisprudence of the Court of Justice, both in terms of quantity and quality, and remarkably, the EU is willing to embrace international human rights standards through accession to treaties and their external control systems. Now, for all this achievement, it's sometimes suggested that the EU has reached a Janus or a Janus moment, where on the one hand, the human rights system is highly developed, while on the other, it faces unprecedented challenge to upholding those rights. And that thought allows me to return then to the broader question as to whether the entire human rights system, as we know it at all levels, is fit for purpose. Does it need strengthening if it is to be up to the task of ensuring respect for rights in the context of the great challenges? This moment of polycrisis in terms of respect for the human well-being of our populations. Now, the challenges are well known, the Minister has mentioned them, so I don't need to dwell on them, but let me just name a few. The climate crisis, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the pandemic and its aftermath, the levels of disinformation infesting our societies, rule of law backsliding in some countries, and sharp falls in levels of trust in our governments on the part of citizens. And we must also keep in mind the rapid development of artificial intelligence technologies. These have the potential to change our lives for the better, but they require close monitoring to avoid harm. The capacity of the system of human rights norms and mechanisms to engage the great challenges is preoccupying my agency in recent years. It was the subject of an expert meeting we convened last year, and we have observed how this moment of crisis coincides with a time when the system, notwithstanding its achievements, is underperforming, or at least with regard to certain issues, is marginalized, overlooked, even threatened. Now today, I will focus briefly on some specific actors within the system, and I'll do so solely in the context of the EU and its member states. We should start with the state itself, the primary human rights duty bearer. Much has been achieved in embedding human rights awareness within governance structures, but there remains a long way to go. It's still commonplace to observe a lack of evidence-based, well-coordinated human rights policies and strategies. This, I'm afraid, was demonstrated in response to COVID-19. Government-appointed COVID expert advisory panels rarely included human rights experts. Looking back, we see that many decisions would have profited from a human rights ex-ante assessment, including an appropriate human rights proportionality test. We also see an imbalance in far too many places in attention to different categories of rights, with much more attention paid, at least explicitly, to civil and political, as opposed to economic and social rights. One important way to support a more visible and engaged commitment to human rights across government would be the adoption of national human rights action plans. 30 years ago, these were called for at the Vienna World Conference on Human Rights. The take-up since then has been disappointing. In 2019, just 10 EU member states had a plan in place. This 30th anniversary year of the Vienna Conference is a good time to renew the call. Beyond planning, many states could strengthen their governance and law-making human rights mechanisms. For instance, there are still some parliaments within the EU that lack human or fundamental rights oversight committees, and even where they do exist, scrutiny is often limited. For instance, it typically fails to address the application of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. One further governance issue has to do with the role of local authorities. It's now well recognized that this level of the state is a critical human rights player. But this still has to be adequately acknowledged and addressed. That's why my agency supports the Human Rights Cities initiative. And of course, here in Lund, I appreciate that I am in a city and indeed a region that shows strong human rights leadership. I also acknowledge the important work on the topic by the Raoul Wallenberg Institute under the leadership of Morten Kjærum. I also recognize the many cities that, if not de jure, are at least de facto human rights cities. This is something I said recently to the mayors of the Polish cities of Lublin and Warsaw regarding their inspiring work with Ukrainians displaced by the Russian aggression. Let me turn now to the judiciary. It, for obvious reasons, is a central actor in any national human rights architecture. However, its role is only fulfilled where the judiciary is independent, impartial, and efficient. This is sometimes not the case. Side by side with the well-known situation in a small number of EU member states, statistical studies by my agency have revealed that just over 1 in 4 EU citizens thinks that the judges in their country are subject to government influence. And that figure rises to 1 in 2 people in some countries. Concrete measures are necessary to tackle the causes of such perceptions and to improve public trust. Take the central issue of the appointment and conditions for judges. Everywhere, we need to stay attentive to methods of appointment, security of tenure, conditions of service, disciplinary procedures, term limits, pensions. Now, there are 3 other national level actors that need to be addressed: national human rights institutions, equality bodies, and civil society. As I already mentioned in the context of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, National human rights institutions are essential to the protection of human rights. They play a unique independent role between government and society, with human rights promotional, preventive, protective and remedial roles. Their establishment was strongly encouraged at the Vienna World Conference. Their importance was acknowledged when the UN identified the existence of a national institution as an indicator of respect for Sustainable Development Goal 16 on peace, justice and strong institutions. These institutions, indeed, are the nearest homologue that the Fundamental Rights Agency has at the national level. They are important for our work. And I welcome with appreciation how the Swedish presidency ensured that their importance was recognized in recent Council conclusions. Of course, Sweden is also to be congratulated for having recently established a new, fully mandated national human rights institution headquartered here in Lund. I commend the initiative, while acknowledging with respect the prior work that was undertaken. I wish the national institution every best wish in its pursuit of the A status classification. And I assure it through Frederick, I'm not sure where you are, of the support and cooperation of the Fundamental Rights Agency as you move forward. Now, this Swedish initiative, of course, throws a light on the absence of accredited bodies in 4 other EU states: Malta, Czechia, Italy and Romania. I urge those states to address this gap in their human rights architecture. Turning to equality bodies, we have all seen how they drive positive change in our societies, successfully promoting equality, fairness and non-discrimination. But they too face challenges in terms of mandate, independence and resources. We at the Fundamental Rights Agency welcome the European Commission 2022 proposal to create legal binding standards for equality bodies. We very much hope that the EU co-legislators will soon reach the necessary agreement so that the guidelines can enter into force. I come to civil society as the final of the national actors, but certainly not the least. Civil society is the beating heart in any human rights system, in terms of norms development and every aspect of human rights promotion and protection. But this heart also is under pressure. For a number of years now, my agency has been reporting on the threats faced by civil society bodies as well as individual human rights defenders, including journalists, across the EU. We see 4 broad categories of inappropriate pressure: excessive regulation, impediments to accessing funding and burdensome taxation, lack of access to decision makers, and lastly, threats to life and property and associated hate speech. Obviously, these pressures vary enormously in form and scale across countries, but they exist in some form in most, if not all, EU member states. It's very encouraging that the EU has moved to address the shrinking civil society space. The Swedish presidency put the topic for the first time on the agenda of the Council of the European Union, as we've just heard from the Minister. The European Commission recently issued a report on civic space. Both of these initiatives deserve great credit. And we will all have to remain vigilant to ensure that the well-being of civil society remains high on our agendas. We also need to do this in a joined-up way, recognizing that the existing challenges cannot be addressed solely at the member state level. This is the context for the suggestion that consideration be given to the establishment of an EU civil society protection observatory or some other form of common incident reporting platform. I turn now and again briefly to the regional level. Obviously, there's always a great deal more that the EU could do to uphold fundamental rights. Very importantly, it should speedily conclude negotiations for accession to the European Convention on Human Rights. Beyond that, this afternoon, I offer 2 suggestions. The first is that the EU develop its own comprehensive fundamental rights action plan. The extent of strategizing on specific issues is commendable, but perhaps the moment has come for an integrated plan of the type envisaged at the Vienna World Conference. Indeed, such an idea would not even be novel to the EU, since it already does have such a roadmap for its external human rights work, in the form of the EU Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy. My second suggestion is that the time has come to reopen debate on the establishment of an equivalent of a national human rights institution for the EU. The case for this grows ever more compelling as the reach of European supranational governance expands. We expect states to submit themselves to the scrutiny and support of national institutions. Why not the EU itself? In response, it might be said that the Fundamental Rights Agency, perhaps considered together with the Ombudsman, already perform the functions of a national institution. But this is only partly the case. For instance, the Fundamental Rights Agency lacks the mandate to scrutinize draft legislation, whether by being embedded in the institutional legislative procedures or on its own initiative. A renewed debate on the topic would be timely, not least considering that the EU will soon report at the United Nations on its own implementation of the SDGs, including Goal 16. Now, staying at the regional level, while it's beyond my scope to speak about the Council of Europe, I must recall how essential a thriving Council of Europe is for all of our efforts in support of human rights on this continent. We all need a successful outcome of the Council's upcoming summit of heads of state and government to take place in coming weeks in Reykjavik. Allow me one word on the necessary interplay of the work of the various intergovernmental regional bodies and the United Nations. There remains considerable scope to enhance our cooperation and, frankly, to be less self-referential. We will better serve rights holders by working together. I see that the goodwill for this is there, but it requires daily attention at all the levels of our organizations. And in that spirit, my agency, among its other initiatives, will continue to invest in its online interoperability tool regarding the findings of the various court and monitoring bodies of the EU, the Council of Europe, and the United Nations, the so-called EU Fundamental Rights Information System, with the acronym EFRIS. Dear colleagues and friends, the title of this presentation and the topic of many discussions that will take place here today and tomorrow speaks to the need for a resilient human rights system. For many, resilience is equated to strength. However, I associate it with adaptability, with the capacity of the system not only to withstand challenge, but in fact to use adversity to evolve and improve, and to create new iterations that reflect the realities of our world. I began my remarks with reference to the role of the human rights system in a society emerging from decades of horrifying conflict. Allow me to conclude by recalling the extent to which great human rights advances have been born of the dark moments of history: the creation of the League of Nations, the Council of Europe, the UN, the adoption of the Universal Declaration, and indeed of the European Convention. The crises we face today must be confronted by a resilient human rights system that never ceases to learn, grow, adapt. 2023, the year of anniversaries of the Universal Declaration and the Vienna World Conference, is the year to engage the great challenges. It offers our leaders and ourselves the opportunity to revivify commitment to the system, to demonstrate its high value, and to ensure that it is fully at the service of rights holders everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go. On behalf of the Swedish presidency, I have something for you. Do you know what fika is?
I do.
You do? So what is it? Could you explain?
It's what we're going to do in about an hour's time outside.
True. Fika is a social institution, and you will get your own fika tray.
Thank you very much.
In the colors of the presidency and, well, Ukraine as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We will start session 1 and panel discussion 1. How do we ensure strong institutional protection on fundamental rights, both in normal times and in crisis? First of all, I would like to welcome Katarina Barley, Vice President of the European Parliament, to the stage for a brief inspiration talk. Welcome.
Can I start? Thank you very much, Sharon, Minister, and Mr. O'Flaherty, dear guests. A brief. You heard the notion brief very loudly. It's very difficult to give an input on this huge question in 5 minutes. So I thought I would concentrate on 3 challenges that are different now than they used to be, say, 10, 20 years ago, at least as I perceive it from my European lawmaker perspective. The one is in which form the attacks on fundamental rights actually take in different states. We always had open autocracies, even dictatorships. We still have them, Russia, China. There's no question fundamental rights are being violated, and we can address that. We have other states, the vast majority, who are trying to comply with democracy and rule of law, and who are doing their best. Sometimes they fail. Sometimes they fail also heavily. I would just say at the moment we're looking to France a bit worried. What is happening with the freedom of assembly, what is happening with police violence due to the protests in Paris and other cities. But we have a fairly new phenomenon, I would say, like 2, 3, 4 years maybe now, which are these illiberal democracies, which are define themselves as democracies. As you hear in the word illiberal, there is already a contradiction in itself. So they claim that they protect the rule of law and fundamental rights. But if you look into it, they use the democratic structures to do exactly the opposite. Look at, for example, media freedom in Hungary. You will not find journalists being imprisoned or being even murdered. You will find a foundation, which is called Kezma, which has, I think, now around about 600 media outlets incorporated, which is controlled by good friends of the president of the country. And you will find everyone who does not align being prevented of funds, being there people who want to, for example, advertise in these media as being called and said, look, you better not do this, otherwise you get in trouble with us. So it's quite a different way of addressing the whole thing. And for us, as lawmakers and as people who control the rule of law, what it makes it so difficult is that these governments say, look, we're doing it exactly like you do, for example, the election of judges. We do it exactly like in France, or we do it exactly like in Poland, or how we build our election systems, or whatever. And of course, it's not the one single point that you take where you can say this is against the rule of law. It's the whole picture, which makes it a lot more difficult to tackle these problems, and we see that our institutions are struggling to do so. The European Parliament, as you may know, has sued the Commission for failure to act in the case of Hungary, because the situation was, to our finding, crystal clear, fulfilling the provisions of the conditionality mechanism, and it took the Commission, as we from the Parliament see it, far, far, far too long, and still they only addressed a very small scope of rule of law violations. So this is the first. The other is that we, of course, have this whole bunch of crises. We have named them now several times. And in times of crisis, of course, governments do limit fundamental rights. That has always been the case. But also here we see that some countries, some member states, some governments use it as fig leaves. Also here, the example of Hungary, where we still have the state of emergency in place. We have seen a complete shift of parliamentary power to the government, which is still in place, and we see that the rights of the opposition and the parliament have been limited considerably. The rules are being taken by decree. And the third part, I can only touch upon everything very, very briefly. We can discuss everything later. I will be happy to do so. Is, of course, what has already been mentioned too, the development in communication and information. The amount of disinformation that we are facing is growing steadily, and this is impacting also, of course, the rule of law and democracy. We are seeing the dissolution of that, what we call the common sense. And artificial intelligence even increases this development. We see deep fakes. We've seen the Pope on Twitter. I think we've all seen that. We cannot tell anymore what is truth and what is a lie or a fake. And also here we see that changes in the structure of media are playing a role. We see media concentration, we see political influence on media, we see SLAPPs, strategic lawsuit against political participation, sometimes by private entities, but sometimes also by officials. And quality media have increasing economic difficulties. So the entities that actually guide us by judging which is a fact and which is a lie are becoming weaker and weaker. It is absolutely essential to foster a culture of open-mindedness, critical thinking, media literacy, civil discourse, and to regulate social media platforms as well as artificial intelligence. So my conclusion from these three very brief points is that tackling rule of law violations has become more complicated than it was before. The challenge for us, as well as lawmakers, as for justice, is bigger. Our responsibility is bigger because we see that if we do not act early enough, that piece by piece, democracy and rule of law is being destroyed, and we see that the mechanisms that protect minorities, that protect the rule of law, that protect fundamental rights, are being perverted. If you now set up a control mechanism sorry, I always come back to it because it's the most obvious example in Hungary, as the milestones ask them to. We all know what is going to happen. We might have a supervising body, but it will be controlled by people who are loyal to the government, and it will not serve the purpose. But as it has become a construction that is almost perfect between election law, between controlling the media, between controlling every aspect of public life, we as lawmakers, we as controlling bodies find it very, very hard to step in and protect the rights of especially civil society and independent judiciary and media. So we have to act more firmly, more timely in these cases that we see developing, and we see more cases developing. Because we see that if we are on this slippery slope, there is a point almost of no return. So I'm very grateful to be here with so many people who engage in the protection of fundamental rights and democracy and the rule of law, and I'm looking forward very much to the discussion with you. Thank you.
Please have a seat.
Yes.
I will now introduce the panel. Please welcome Elena Kountouri Tapiero, Acting Regional Representative for Europe, Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Elena, please have a seat. Please also welcome Tena Šimonović Einwalter, Chair of European Network for Equality Bodies and the Ombudswoman of Croatia. Welcome. Nils Muižnieks, Director of the Europe Regional Office of Amnesty International. Welcome. And Christophe Poirel, Director Human Rights at the Council of Europe. Good to see you. First, any reflections of the impulse statement? Who wants to start? Nils.
Well, not only on the impulse statement, but on everything that has been said until now. Nobody mentioned one of the most problematic issue areas in which governments are constantly tempted to do shortcuts, and this is migration, which is a human rights issue, it's a rule of law issue, and it is an area where I fear we are slowly entering into a mode of constant crisis. There will never be normal times in migration. Or at least that is the way it's being portrayed by politicians. Because the numbers, not all politicians, some politicians, and some governments. Today we have the news from the UK that they want to ignore interim measures from the European Court of Human Rights linked to migration. Today, the Lithuanian Parliament is examining legislative measure to legalize pushbacks at the border. We've had a whole series of states of emergency across Europe, including in my own country, Latvia, Poland, Italy. So migration is constantly being used as a fig leaf, as a justification for restrictions, derogations of various rights. And I find that quite worrying. And what we have is governments restricting not only the rights of migrants and asylum seekers, but targeting journalists, human rights defenders, NGOs as well. We put out a report 3 years ago called Punishing Compassion, which covered 7 European countries. Now it could easily cover 10, 12, 15, where states are going after NGOs and people involved in search and rescue in the Mediterranean and targeting them. And this is quite worrying to me. What's interesting is that in all of these cases, for example, when you have a state of emergency, the life and health of the nation is not at threat. It's not a threat. To have a state of emergency, you have to have a serious threat to the life and health of the nation. What did the Ukraine crisis show? It shows that Europe is capable of receiving with dignity millions of people. And that a handful of people, desperate people showing up at our borders, is not an excuse to invoke a state of emergency, to derogate from human rights, to undermine the European human rights system, and to engage in serious violence with almost total impunity all along the external borders of Europe. So we have a lot of work to do there. And it struck me that this issue, which to me is a core human rights issue, was not mentioned once by any of the previous speakers.
But now it is. Anyone who wants to add on to this, Elena?
Yes, just to add that for us it's a very serious issue, and the High Commissioner has called for countries to stop criminalizing NGOs which operate in the southern Mediterranean, and for rescue operations, search and rescue, not to turn back migrants to places which are unsafe.
Mm. But yes, do you want to add?
I actually had it in my notes, but in a different in a different connotation, because I've been to Greece just three weeks ago, and we had exactly that experience: harassment of civil society, of journalists, pushbacks by national authorities, all of this. But my impression is that there are too many politicians who do not want this solved. It's because it's a field of a political dispute where a certain type of government wants us to be. They want the constant discussion about migration as well as they want the constant discussion about LGBTI issues. And that is for us very difficult, because on the one hand we want to tackle that and we always want to put it very high on the agenda, but we know by doing this, and it's even more, I think, maybe LGBTI at the moment than migration, by doing this we are actually playing their game, because they want to say at home, look, all that European Union is caring about is foreigners and gay people. They don't care about you. So this is just it's just a political remark. It's quite tricky actually.
Thank you. Tena.
Well, I wasn't planning to speak about this, but now that you've started, Nils, I will. It is also a question of institutional protection at the national level. We need to be clear which are the national level independent institutions which are doing the monitoring. We know this is a part of the Migration and Asylum Pact that the member states still need to really discuss and agree on when it comes to this particular issue. We know that there are ombuds institutions, NHRIs, NPMs, as well as equality bodies when we're speaking especially about integration issues and prejudices and stereotypes and discrimination of the migrants coming to the EU member states. And now we have future work, also work coming from FRA on what the border monitoring mechanisms should look like in the EU member states. So once again, this is an issue where Europe needs to decide, do we want strong, independent, institutional oversight at the member state level? And of course, we can have a discussion on what we should do at the European level when it comes to oversight as well.
Christophe, you wanted to raise also the question of societal and technological developments, right? Do you want to come in here, or do you want to comment on?
No, indeed. Well, they were mentioned already before.
Yeah.
I wanted more to talk about social rights, because Michael O'Flaherty mentioned this question, which for me is very important, and very often, unfortunately, it's, in my opinion, overlooked. But the ongoing cost of living crisis that you mentioned, Michael, for me is very important, and is going to be there for a number of years, clearly. And very often people tend to focus on civil and political rights, but neglect the fact that without a proper protection of social rights, it's difficult for those people who are affected by the ongoing crisis to exercise effectively those civil and political rights. So,
could you give examples of what's happening now?
Well, when you see people who have difficulties simply to cover their daily costs for them and their families, to go shopping and buy food, and how can you expect those people then to go voting, for instance, if they cannot afford to simply make sure that they can have decent living conditions, not to mention the housing problem. So for me, a real urgency for all European countries is to give more attention to this issue. In the Council of Europe, we have the European Social Charter, whereby we try to monitor the extent to which our states parties to the Charter fulfill their commitments under the Charter. But unfortunately, I would say the conclusions of our monitoring bodies are non-binding, unlike the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. But still, they point to real practical problems. I must say I regret sometimes that our member states take the recommendations and the opinions given by the European Committee of Social Rights as a kind of a criticism. Of course it is a criticism, but it has to be seen more in a positive manner. It's an incentive for states to take redressive measures to fill in the gaps when gaps are identified by those monitoring bodies. So just to perhaps insist a bit on social rights.
Yes.
Yeah, if I can add to that at the international level, the only 7 EU countries have ratified the optional protocol to the Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This is the protocol that gives citizens the power to file an individual complaint with the committee that their economic, social or cultural rights are being violated. And I would really urge EU member states to ratify the optional protocol, especially during this commemoration year of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I would also join the call to have justiciability of the non-binding views of the international monitoring bodies by member states, especially when it comes to economic, social, and cultural rights.
We have identified a lot of challenges and problems, but have there been any successful cooperations or successful measures taken by institutions that you would like to talk about that also happened during the crisis?
I can raise a challenge, but also something that has been happening quite recently. The challenge, of course, has been the equality bodies, which are a part of EU structures or something that is an EU obligation to have when it comes to gender equality and racial or ethnic origin. All EU member states have them, but what we have seen in the past 20 years is that they have become quite diverse, and not all member states were really keen on giving them all the necessary powers in order to do our work effectively. Not all member states were really keen to really guarantee the independence such institutions need, because of course we need to be critical, as you say, and sometimes that criticism is taken as criticism with bad intentions, but of course it's not. It's constructive criticisms with the recommendations how to move forward in order to reduce prejudices and stereotypes, in order to reduce racial discrimination, gender discrimination, LGBTI inequality, and so on. And there have been political pressures, and there have been budget cuts. And so the great new initiative coming from the European Commission, and something that Equinet has worked on for the past more than 10 years, and that the Swedish presidency has been really progressing on very quickly, has been the two new proposals for the two new directives on standards for equality bodies. Now that's clearly a way forward, because having legally binding EU-level legislation, which, well, I hope if adopted, make sure that certain member states do not do what they need to do when it comes to the independence and budgeting, as well as the powers and mandates of such institutions.
Yes, Christophe.
If I may talk of international organizations, I'm afraid I would have difficulties to quote any example of a situation where, unfortunately, we've been working together during the recent crisis. No, because we've been working, at least including my own organization, we've been working on our own way and not necessarily contacting others to see what we could do together.
And why is that?
Well, because we're used to work the same way. We do not always think about maintaining contacts, approaching others to see whether we could work together. But if our institutions, if the human rights international protection system is to be resilient, I'm convinced that our international organizations, together with NGOs and national human rights institutions, we need to work more closely together. So for me, that's an imperative for the future, perhaps a lesson to be drawn from the past crises, that more needs to be done in terms of cooperation, because we all share the same objectives, basically. So we just need to put our things in order to make sure that we can reinforce each other.
Katarina.
I don't have so much insight into the institutions, but I think one field where cooperation did grow was the field of health. We don't have very much competence in the field of health on the European level, so it was a very difficult start. But I think Michael Flaherty said that we always grow after a crisis, and there things have become a lot better, that we have a better cooperation to see where we have capacities in situations like pandemics or catastrophes for in hospitals, or how to distribute very much needed facilities or whatever, medication, whatever. So I think that's, and it's also a social right, I think, in that field. There has been lessons learned, but it's something that I always complain about. It's we learn, but we only learn for this field. We have had the financial crisis, then we have new regulations on banks, and now we have had a health crisis, and we learn in the field of health. I would like us to sit down and have a look at how, what do people expect from Europe or the Council of Europe or whatever, European Union, to actually do on that level, and then to do it proactively, not to wait every time for a crisis to happen. That would be a way forward.
Nils.
Yeah, I think there are many good examples of cooperation. I can speak about earlier times when I was in the Council of Europe, but now, for example, it was mentioned SLAPP suits, which are a huge threat to human rights defenders and all journalists and everybody working to protect our rights. And you have this very promising discussions about a SLAPP directive, an anti-SLAPP directive at the European Commission. Council of Europe is actively working on this. We're working on this a lot. We're trying to help activists fight against abusive suits. And sometimes you have big companies from Western Europe going to poorer countries in the Western Balkans and then trying to silence activists by suing them. We've engaged in a case where a Belgian company is active in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and an Austrian company is active in Kosovo, and we are helping the activists in Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina against these big companies in Western Europe. This is a huge and growing issue. If you go down to the Balkans, I think Tena can speak to this better than I can. But for example, in our most recent annual report, I noted highly problematic use of SLAPP suits in Austria, Bulgaria, Greece, Croatia, and Slovenia.
Wow.
So many countries, and you have it elsewhere as well, in Poland or our friends, but in these countries it's an epidemic. And it's being used by companies and bad politicians to silence activists and organizations. And it's going to grow. So I think that this is an area where the Council of Europe and the UN and the EU should work together, basically to stem this threat. And there are a lot of good proposals out there. It's key that the new measures actually serve to protect people and to against these abusive suits, because they're a huge and growing threat.
One of the issues that both Katarina, I think, and also Michael Flaherty was talking about is the mistrust in the judiciary. How big of a problem would you say that is in times of crisis? Who wants to start? Yes.
Yeah, I would just go a bit wider and say that there is a general erosion of trust by people in institutions more generally, and this is something the Secretary General of the United Nations identified in his report, Our Common Agenda, which is a response to the lessons learned after COVID. He identified 12 areas in which the international community could work to reestablish this trust in institutions.
What kind of institutions do you talk about now?
And for example, he has proposed a renewed social contract between government and citizens, which is based on human rights and which engages to deliver better public goods to ensure universal social protection, health coverage, education, decent work, housing, and universal access to the internet as a human right by 2023. But also mentioned access to justice, eradicating corruption, and using taxation to redistribute wealth and reduce inequalities. So I think
mistrust all over this panel of things.
I think it's a reality, and we also see how the citizens disengage from political processes, and then there is complete change of government with new formations coming into power.
So does this have to do with the fig leaf? Do you think that there are still, or does this have anything to do with the crisis? Yeah, Nils.
I don't think it has much to do with the crisis. I think it has to do very often by governments trying to maintain power at all costs. Sometimes human rights defenders, journalists, and others have very good reason to mistrust their governments. We look at the spyware scandals that we've had in the last 2 years. In Greece, in Spain, in Hungary, in Poland, where if you're an opposition politician, a human rights defender, you have good reason to be distrustful, and you should get your device checked because it's very possible that you're being monitored very closely by the authorities.
Yes, I'm a member of the Pegasus Committee. It's really absolutely outrageous what is happening there and what has happened there. It's politicians that are being spied upon. It's journalists. It's activists. It's lawyers and prosecutors. And this Pegasus is not only spying. It's not only listening to what you're saying. It's as if they had your mobile in their hands. They can switch on the mic. They can switch on the camera. They can check every single email, every single message, every photo. They can even send one if they want to. This is an intrusion into your intimacy, which is, I mean, the highest possible violation probably of before getting into prison. But we had a prosecutor in Poland who found out because Apple told her that there was something wrong with her phone, and she found out that she'd been spied upon for months. And she's just a normal prosecutor who dared to investigate in corruption cases. And then imagine you have your phone being on, and somebody listening and watching you for months. I mean, this is such a scandal.
But this leads to mistrust. Christopher and then Tena.
I wanted to say first that I was quite surprised and in a way shocked when Michael O'Flaherty gave this figure about 25% of the population having no trust in the judiciary, because I would have thought that the people are more concerned about the fact that justice is delivered too slowly or is too expensive. So as Nils explained, I think the reason for that feeling is that in a number of countries, unfortunately, there are governments who are trying to keep control of the judiciary. Not so much to my knowledge among the EU countries. We have in the Council of Europe other states where that is more obvious, for instance, when governments try to interfere with the composition, the way of working on the Supreme Council for Judges and Prosecutors is the usual way they do it, or giving the possibility for prosecutors to give individual instructions in certain cases, which there unfortunately exist also in EU countries. So I'm curious to know more about why so many people in fact believe that the justice is not independent, including within the EU.
May I just add one? Adding to all of this, there are also countries where you have a good judiciary, or you had a good judiciary, and you have smear campaigns by the governments who do not like an independent judiciary that controls them. That is also one aspect.
Tena.
Maybe to connect to that and some of the issues said before, I think we've had a dropping in the trust in institutions for a while now. But to tie it with the element of crisis, what has been happening is a rise in not only disillusionment and resignation, but dissatisfaction and the potential for dissatisfaction and the feeling of insecurity, not being secure for yourself or your family. It came in COVID, it comes through in the climate crisis, in the energy crisis, with the war in Europe, and with the technological developments. What seems to me as a clear thing to do is also to strengthen independent institutions, because when we speak about institutions, it's so wide. We have the executive, yes, we have the judiciary, yes, we have the legislative, but we also have independent institutions which you need to build up when the times are good. Are the times good now? No, that we are in a time of various crises, but things could turn worse. The time to build up strong independent institutions, constitutional courts, the judiciary, independent watchdogs, civil society, is when the times are relatively good, before they turn worse, and so they do not turn worse.
But when you say we should build up, what do you mean? Where do you mean?
I mean through legislation, I mean through financing, I mean through cooperation and support, international as well as European.
I don't want to be the party pooper there, but it's so easy to get around that. Again, having been in Greece, there are two very, very good and well-functioning independent oversight bodies, and a very active ombudsman, and another very, very, very well, very critical but fair, fine. So they have now set up a third body, where the wife of a is the head, and they get much more funding, and they get all the human resources that the other two applied for years and didn't get. So it looks really good, you know. Oh wow, we have a new independent body, but it's not. It's actually sabotaging the other two. So this is what makes it so difficult.
But can't the EU bodies do anything about this? I mean, are there no mechanisms to help independent?
We do not have the power to tell them that.
No.
You know, we were there as a rule of law monitoring group, and we made a report, and we said that very clearly. But again, the situation of journalists in Greece is also very interesting. We've had the murder of a journalist 2 years ago, which has not even been started to investigate, not even started. The widow had to bring the laptop of the victim to the police because they didn't even care. So you don't even have people who take that up then, you know. So that's why I was insisting so much. As you said, you have to act as long as there's still a chance. Once you're on the slippery slope, it becomes hard.
Yes.
Can I just add that it's a range of independent actors and civic space that needs to be nurtured and grow. So it's independent and pluralistic media to be able to fight disinformation. It's parliaments, national human rights institutions, equality bodies, and the government, or at least the government where there are independent and functioning institutions, needs to ensure also adequate financing to these institutions. And just picking up from something that Mr. O'Flaherty said, we also welcome the setup of the Swedish Institution for Human Rights last year and its formal application for international accreditation status a few days ago. However, we are concerned by reports of calls to abolish the institute by statements that could undermine its value and importance, and the government should ensure that its NHRI is adequately financed and resourced to allow it to fulfill its independent mandate.
Yes.
So the funding is part and parcel of independent institutions.
I'm going to speak up for civil society organizations here, and the measures that government should refrain from doing and the EU should refrain from doing. And here I'm talking about the restrictions on freedom of association and freedom of assembly. We've all heard of this infamous foreign agent law in Russia. Since 2012, NGOs engaging in public policy and getting money from various foundations and spies and traitors. Now this kind of law now has spread to different places. It's being proposed now in Bulgaria. We have it in Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we have a proposal in the EU, which is quite scary that the EU would, I think they have to tread very carefully here so as not to tar. Transparency, I'm all for transparency, but casting suspicion on NGOs, I think some politicians in the European Parliament seem to be using Qatargate as kind of an excuse to divert attention from themselves and turn it on NGOs. But we have other problems within EU member states on freedom of assembly and freedom of association. France, along with Turkey, are the two countries in this broader region that have been actively dissolving associations without appropriate guarantees. In France, it was an anti-fascist group, two pro-Palestinian groups, and an environmental collective without all the due process. Freedom of assembly, we have a huge global campaign at Amnesty over the next 2 years called Protect the Protest. If you look in our annual report from last year, you see the problematic practices in this area were noted in Finland, Greece, Hungary, Slovenia, and Sweden.
Really?
I'm sorry to say. Yes, preventive detention of protesters. Preventive detention, yes. And the most frequent targets of crackdowns are environmental protesters using civil disobedience.
Yeah,
this is
we
the-
have a lot of them here.
This is the new
Yeah.
trend.
Yeah.
If you are a young person engaging in civil disobedience, you are very likely to get in trouble with the law. And this I find to be highly problematic.
Well, you identified a lot of challenges today, and I'm interested in what you see as action needed now. What is the way forward? Your proposals for a way forward? Yes, Christophe.
I think talking about governments, the most important action to take is recommitment to the international standards and their obligations. If I take the case of the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, unfortunately, you can see that a number of judgments remain unexecuted, which is, although the states parties to the conventions have agreed to implement the court judgments, so they refuse to abide by their own commitments. So, and then for us, it is very important that the other countries say to those states that, no, this is not correct. They need to abide by the convention according to the rules of the convention. We have a very specific system whereby it's the Committee of Ministers in Strasbourg that monitors the implementation of the court judgments, and it's a kind of a peer review, state-to-state control of how states implement the judgments. But it's very important that states, in particular in that context, are very clear towards all other countries about the fact that they need to execute the judgments. Michael O'Flaherty referred to the forthcoming summit in Reykjavik. It's fine to recommit at the political level, but for me, what is even more important is a recommitment on a daily basis, and not simply through statements that you take every now and then. No, you have to do it very concretely every day. And in the specific case of the court judgments, that's very important. I must say I'm very glad that Sweden is a very strong supporter, by the way, of the execution of the judgments of the court, so I can only encourage the Swedish authorities to continue that way. So for me, recommitment by states is the first precondition.
Yes, Katarina, your proposal for action.
Well, being a member of the European Parliament, first of all, I would like the European Union to sign the European Convention of Human Rights, finally. But I already mentioned it briefly. We do have tools. And we created, well, 1.5 new ones, the conditionality mechanism, and we can also use the recovery fund means to enforce the rule of law. But it is done at a, good Lord, at a pace where you can, I don't know, watch a snail climb
Why
a
is
mountain.
that? Why is it going so slowly?
This is being live streamed, right?
You
Well,
can
I
tell only
mean-
us. Yeah.
Chatham House rules.
Okay. Okay. I mean, why not be blunt? I think there are countries that are being monitored less carefully than others, which might have to do with the way that this commission was elected. I mean, we know that it was a close call, and we know that 2 of the countries who are very problematic played a role there, and they are not being tackled in the way that they should be, very obviously. And now that I'm blunt, I'm going to be very blunt. I mentioned the murder of journalists. We've seen Daphne Caruana Galizia being murdered in Malta, Jan Kuciak being murdered in Slovakia. Both cases have been taken up very severely by the European Parliament, which is good. Those were both red-colored governments, and we've seen 2 other murders, which is Georgios Karaivas in Greece and Peter, I don't remember his last name, in the Netherlands, which is a bit of a different case. But the Greek case, there has been nothing done by the European Parliament. Now, I think this is also something that is along the political lines, and that is. I said it in the committee, so I can say it here too. I find that deeply disturbing. I really have to say, when it comes to fundamental rights, when it comes on to murders on journalists, it must not matter who is in government. We must all be on that page to combat.
So your
things that are
proposal would be
for the Commission to take on its role as guardian of the treaty and really pursue these cases properly.
thank you, Tena.
Well, I think it's great to talk about values. I think it's great to talk about the SDGs, but I think we need to remind ourselves again that human rights law is law, that equality law is law, and that it's not only law when it reaches the Strasbourg or Luxembourg court. We should move back to the national courts, and we should move a step back to national institutions when they are making decisions in everyday lives. And if we are able to do that, and at the same time have strong, good institutions at the national level and at the EU level, also with the political will. And here I would also like to say that just saying we have the tools, but we also do sometimes need new tools. We need to have the EU ratified European Convention, yes, but we also need the new Convention on Artificial Intelligence. We also need strong, independent oversight of said convention at the national and at the European level. This is something that I would support for sure, knowing what, or thinking about what artificial intelligence could potentially bring, not only in terms of good, but also bad. I think there's parallel things that we should be doing, but above all else, cooperation in doing all that. Cooperation of all people who really want to work for human rights and equality in Europe.
That's your actions needed.
Yes.
And what about you, Elena?
I would also agree that we have a very sophisticated system for the promotion and protection of human rights, both at the international and regional level. The EU is actually a firm supporter of the international treaties, given that it's our 75th anniversary year of the Universal Declaration, I think we need to recommit to the values, we need to involve young people in decision making, and we need to further cooperate. I mean, at least at the office we have an excellent cooperation with the court, with the European Court, and we can definitely explore further cooperation at other levels.
You should team up with Christophe then. You were on the same path. Yeah.
Just perhaps to say also that we criticize governments a lot, and rightly so. But I can see in my work every day that sometimes the governments have some goodwill, and they want to abide by the international standards. They want to execute the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, but unfortunately they don't know how to do it. Even countries that are far advanced in terms of human rights protection, because sometimes the measures that have to be put in place are not easy measures to take.
Could you give an example?
Well, for instance, on the question of prison overcrowding, conditions of detention, which is a problem that exists in a number of EU countries. You need to put in place a whole series of different measures to address that problem. And that is not obvious. And there, the states are very in demand of assistance on how other countries are doing it. So I think beyond criticizing governments, we need also to give them assistance, including in financial terms. I mean, we have a very good cooperation with the European Union, which gives us a lot of money to do assistance activities in non-EU countries. But I can tell you that my wish would be that we would be able to do more together with the EU, in particular to address systemic problems, structural problems of human rights protection in the EU countries. So we need to pay also attention to that.
Nils, your proposal for action.
Several good ideas were already mentioned, and we've seen progress towards ratifying the European Convention, towards ratifying the Istanbul Convention, with regard to creating new instruments on artificial intelligence, but also the right to a clean environment. There's movement there. But I think if we do not basically protect and maintain civic space, then none of the national level institutions, the regional institutions, and the global institutions cannot work. It's the human rights defenders and the NGOs that make the system work. They're the ones who raise the alarm about abuses. They're the ones who defend victims. They're the ones who bring cases to the court. They're the ones who give information to the monitoring mechanisms. You don't have the civic space. You don't have those actors there. It doesn't work. So the EU, I'm very pleased that the EU is beginning to, and the Fundamental Rights Agency is beginning to focus in on civic space. This is a very promising development. That work needs to be taken forward with no holds barred, with no, and to really call out the states that are doing bad things. We prepared a whole large list of advocacy asks to the Council of Europe and its member states going into the summit regarding the need to refocus on civil society and human rights defenders. If you do not have implementation of judgments affecting NGOs, journalists, and human rights defenders, in the end, you will not have people submitting cases. I remember talking with the president of the European Court of Human Rights about 10 years ago, soon after the foreign agent law was done in Russia. I said, why aren't you prioritizing this case? It was finally adjudicated 10 years later. And he said, well, they're prioritizing ill treatment and the right to life. And I said, you won't have any of those cases soon because all of the NGOs bringing them will no longer be in operation. And it turned out to be prescient, I think. In the end, recommitting to human rights, I think, is a great thing, and I hope the summit is an occasion for that. But watch closely if there's no talk about Turkey and its flagrant violation of its commitments, its refusal to release Osman Kavala, its continuing repression of human rights defenders, all talk of recommitment will be hollow. So that summit should be about Turkey. I'm afraid it's not going to be about Turkey because a lot of governments are patting themselves on the back for kicking Russia out. If it's not about Turkey, it will fail.
Okay, so your proposal is keep your eye on Reykjavik and civic space. Take care of civic space. I want to invite the audience. I think there are 2 persons with microphones. If you have any questions for the panel, any comments, any own experiences, any thoughts that you want to share, please raise your hand. We will be very happy to invite you into this discussion. Is there anybody out there? Yes, please. A microphone, please, here in the front.
Let me give you my card.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, I'm Irene Khan, the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Opinion and Expression and the former Secretary General of Amnesty. I've been both in the UN and in civil society. Thank you very much for the insightful comments. And in particular, I'd like to thank the European Parliament for the support they gave to my report on Hungary last year. Unfortunately, we worked together, but were not able to do various things for reasons that you have explained more clearly than I could. I think it's important in Europe to focus on the illiberal democracies, as you call them, but also on the backsliding democracies. And that is scary from my perspective, freedom of expression, but in terms of a lot of other rights as well. And we haven't talked about the Roma, for example, the discrimination that takes place there, and there could be many other issues. The big challenge is going to be how those illiberal, backsliding democracies, how they will manage digital technology, the digital threats to human rights within borders, but these threats are also coming from outside borders. And we haven't even talked about the extraterritorial nature of human rights. What Europe does doesn't stay in Europe. And even if you try to control human rights here, you need to think extraterritorially. So that's something I'd asked what the panel thinks about. But I think the main problem really is that membership in the European Union has been seen as a golden card for impunity. You become a member, and then you don't have to worry about what you do. You have to work hard to become a member. But at the point of membership, things change. I'm very glad to see there are some measures, some very minor measures like monitoring reports and so on that are coming in now. But that's an area that I wonder how we can handle once you become a member. And really, there has to be teeth. There has to be some teeth. You can make commitments, you can have treaties, you can sign them. I'm part of the UN monitoring mechanism, and I know that none of this matters if there isn't any teeth, any way of enforcing it. And that's something on which I'd like to hear all of you, your views on that. Where is the teeth going to come that will bite when the commitments are not observed?
Thank you so much. Who wants to pick up on this? Yes, please, Christophe.
On teeth, you're right, madam. It's very important that you have tools to make sure that the international commitments are respected. And so in the case of the EU, the conditionality system that was put in place, I think, is a very good one and very powerful one. But it's true that it does not exist for all systems. If I take the case of the Human Rights Convention, for instance, we are deprived of any means. I mean, we cannot impose any financial sanctions on those states who do not respect the judgments of our courts. So we have to rely basically on the political pressure, the diplomatic pressure, with the limitations that you mentioned, Nils, for instance, about one specific country. So we are trying to encourage the governments of the member states to do more in terms of putting in place new tools. But I must say it's not an easy task. Because it's a question of political will. So if there is no political will, I'm afraid, unfortunately, nothing happens. So, but we are still making that effort right away, right now. We hope that at this summit in Reykjavik, in particular, the heads of states will adopt new measures about new tools for the execution of the judgments of our court.
More
I
teeth.
fully agree with you.
Tena and then Katarina.
So on 2 points, so going back to political will, both, and law and resources and cooperation. But remembering that I represent Equinet here, you said nobody mentioned Roma. This is precisely why the standards for equality bodies and these directives being passed are so important. It is the equality bodies in the member states who are calling out the member states that have discriminatory policies, whether we're speaking about institutional racism or we're speaking about legal aid available for Roma, or how many powers these equality bodies have to take cases of individual Roma victims to courts for cases of racial discrimination and intersectional discrimination that Roma are facing. It is those institutions. If they don't have the resources to do so, the powers to go to court, and that's a part of the directives which are currently being debated and discussed, just which powers these institutions will have to take also their own institutions, other institutions from their countries to courts when it comes to Roma discrimination. So again, these directives are quite important. But something that resonated really with me as somebody who started working in an equality body some 15 years ago, while Croatia was a candidate, in its way to become a member of the European Union, and everything was really going great. New institutions were being formed. There was a will to do everything. And then, of course, something happened, which happened in all the countries once they joined. Yes, you're in. And all the new anti-discrimination policies, all the strategies, all the laws, all the willingness somehow gets a different dimension, gets a European dimension where we talk about things, and then there's access to court, but so few cases of Roma discrimination being taken to the Court of Justice as well. So yes, the rule of law report is an interesting new mechanism, but the teeth is something that it's missing. What I really liked is what Michael O'Flaherty mentioned, a new institution or new powers being given to existing institutions at the EU level, and thinking about an EU level multi-mandate institution, an NHRI and an equality body at the European level with teeth. That would be good in my view, as well as accession to the convention and the court being able to act as well.
Katarina.
What also disappeared in Croatia, unfortunately, was the very good public participation that they had before the accession, which could have been a role model also for the European Union itself. Thank you so much for your intervention. And on the backsliding democracies, you can always see the backsliding with the judiciary, with media, with culture very often, and you almost always see it, and we haven't mentioned that yet at all, the rights of women. Almost always, and you can see that in a lot of countries, the right to abortion, the right to SHRH, that is really something that is you can see just about everywhere. Now with the teeth, the conditionality mechanism was an enormous step, and it was the Parliament that pushed for it, and unfortunately the Council watered it down. The two countries most concerned especially watered it down. We cannot apply it to every violation of the rule of law. It has to have a link to the European budget. And that makes it really difficult because, for example, rights of women, even media freedom, it's very difficult to find a link to the European budget. So the conditionality mechanism is fine, but that's why I also mentioned the recovery fund, because there you do not have these restrictions. And we have other ways of just cutting funds if you have violations. Helena Dalli did that, the Equality Commissioner, when in Poland you had these LGBTI-free zones. She just said, look, my funds for you, it was on the local or regional level, they are meant to bring people together and, you know, to foster communities, etc. What you're doing there goes absolutely contrary to this goal, so I'm going to not give you the funds that you were entitled to. She did that. I could mention now that the Polish government gave exactly the same entities the triple of what would have been the European means, you know, because of course they thought that was a brilliant idea to have LGBTI-free zones. However, but we need the only teeth that really matter to these governments is money. It's the only thing that they are interested in. It's naming and shaming. We can do it all. They are. That's what I meant. It's a different sort of government. It's a different way of addressing the whole thing. It's not. I mean, I used to be a justice minister, and when Germany got convicted for you know, independence of prosecution, etc., I thought, oh damn, you know, we better fix this. And I think the vast majority of governments addresses problems this way, and your recommendations this way. But there are some who say, we don't care, but we are entitled to do so because rule of law has to be interpreted by every country according to its history and culture. That's what they say. And what is also new in this development is they don't only claim that for themselves, they say we should do this in the whole of Europe. So it's not only them thinking, you know, abolishing the separation of powers is something completely legitimate, but they say you could all do this, and we could all do this in Europe. So this is really where the danger lies. And my impression is not even my colleagues see the systemic change in this, that it's not only single countries and their problems, but that it is something that can really spread. Yeah.
So money talks, you say,
Absolutely.
in this. Yes, Nils.
I just want to address one point that Madame Khan made about kind of the transnational nature of many of these challenges that we're facing. What we're seeing, the risk that we have right now is that some of these illiberal governments or authoritarian governments in Western Balkans, Serbia is a key example, is importing Chinese surveillance technology and using it in incredibly effective ways to destroy the opposition, stop protests. So you don't have to beat up protesters on the street in the day. You use facial recognition technology, and the next day you go to their homes and you pick them up. This is what Russia does. And the danger is if we do not regulate this now, it's going to be imported and spread and used by these regimes. But the other part, so this is the malign influence from abroad coming into Europe. But we have the malign influence from Europe being spread elsewhere in the field of migration. When the pressures began, what did we do? We started outsourcing migration control to all kinds of countries with really bad human rights records. Turkey, Libya, Morocco, Rwanda. There are countries in Europe that want to send asylum seekers to Rwanda. Would you want protection in Rwanda? It's crazy, actually. So we have this responsibility as well in terms of spreading bad practices, providing incentives to our neighboring countries for money, for various reasons, to do our dirty work. And sometimes it's lethal. Look at the deaths in Spain and Melilla. 27 people died, scores missing, hundreds injured. This is just a little taste of what's going on at the borders.
Any more? Yes, here is one lady in the middle. The microphone, and please please introduce yourself as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, she just told me.
Ah.
Justina Favre, I'm working for the Belgian Ministry of Justice, and I'm representing Belgium at the FREMP working group. Thank you very much for all your interesting insights. But I had a reflection more and more in my daily life, even in my private life. I see that the narrative around human rights changes a lot. And when I was younger, I didn't see human rights as being actually a subject of debate, and it's being more and more the case. You mentioned that governments want to hold power, and the panel also mentioned that some subjects become too sensitive to put on the agenda, too high on the agenda: migration, LGBTI rights. How can we, as institutions, be it governmental or independent institutions, address this problem? Do you see, I feel personally that one of the root causes is that, as Michael Flaherty mentioned, we don't have, we have much more interest for the rights of the CRPD, no, not the CRPD, the civil and political rights than the economic, social and cultural rights. And as Mr. Poirel said, you cannot expect from people that cannot put food on the table to care.
To go and vote, yeah.
Yeah, to go and vote, but also to care for the rights of migrants and LGBTI people. Well, you could expect it, but you have to be realistic. And one of the other issue that I see, root cause of that is the development of all those social medias that have a big influence, that create echo chambers, where people actually are being reinforced, thinking that what they believe is actually the true version of life. And it is the case for the left and for the right. It is the case for a human rights defender. We talk among human rights defenders. It is also the case for people that are against human. Yeah, I'm gonna cut. So I just wanted to know what do you see that as institution we could do to nuance the debate and to get everybody back on board that human rights are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants a short comment on this?
I can be very short. One, we're seeing more questioning of values like gender equality that we didn't see 20 years ago, that's for sure. We also see manipulations with human rights. One thing we didn't mention today is human rights education. We need human rights education across the board in countries that don't have it, need to have it from an early age. And again, remembering human rights is law. So all lawyers need to know that human rights, whatever they do, everybody else as well.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Christophe and then Nils.
It's a very difficult question
to
answer, but I must say at the same time when I was listening, I was remembering a recent survey which was showing that the level of tolerance in our societies is much bigger than it was in the past.
On the other hand.
So I think there has been some improvement, including in Europe. I think there is more tolerance towards minorities, for instance, than it was the case perhaps 40 years ago. But it's true at the same time that there are still problems. How to reunite everyone around human rights? I suppose education possibly has a role to play, and education at school, education in the families. There are probably other means.
Nils.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I think you misquoted me there. I was not saying they have to be less high on the agenda, these rights. It is that they are being used, and that's one of the. I don't think that there's more tolerance on the one side and there's less tolerance on the other side. There's much less indifference. We don't have this I don't care. We have either the ones who say LGBTI and go with the flag, and the others that say this is indoctrination and the destruction of the classical family. And that of course refers to the social media bubbles, etc. But also this is instrumentalized by these, sorry to say, especially Eastern European governments who really attack special, also Roma scapegoats to reunite their people behind them because they think that their way of life is being attacked, which is ridiculous. And just one remark to how to explain that. It trickles down. Sooner or later, it will get to you. And my favorite example is in Poland, the decision of the Constitutional Court on abortion. People didn't go to the streets when the independence of judiciary was destroyed in Poland because of a smear campaign also, but because it's so abstract. But abortion is very concrete, and then people went there, and that was a Constitutional Court case of an illegitimate court.
Nils, you got 45 seconds.
I won't use them. Two observations, one institutional, the other sociological. Institutionally, public service broadcasting, strong, independent, impartial public service broadcasting will set the tone for the entire information system in the country. So that is one thing. Second thing is sociologically, where does intolerance come from? It comes from social distance. We have to combat segregation, self-isolation, and promote people mixing because then their values change.
Thank you so much, the panel, the audience. A big applaud.
Very good.
And now it's time to do the Swedish fika thing that Michael talked about. We will have a break for about 45 minutes, and you will find both fika, coffee, and other things outside. And see you here soon again. Thank you. Sharon. Welcome back after your fika, your time of fika. I hope it was good. And I must ask for your forgiveness because I understood afterwards that there were some of you waving and wanted to speak. And I was really longing for your interactions, but I didn't see you. We will let all of you in, but please, please, please do like this. Because when I sit here, I'm so focused. So just do this when you want to speak, and I will let you in after the next panel. Welcome back. First, this session will be about lessons learned. Some of it we actually touched in the last session. But now we will go into deeper lessons learned from crisis in the EU, challenges and counteractions. And I would like to introduce, for an impulse statement, Mr. Mårten Sharon, Director of the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law here in Sweden. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. Good to see so many good people here in Lund for this very important conversation. As said, in this panel, we will look at the lessons learned from the three major crises: the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russian war in Ukraine, and the climate crisis. Allow me to start out with the conclusion, because then you can go and have coffee or whatever. But the conclusion is, to strengthen the structures moving forward, it takes willingness to collaborate between empowered states and institutions based on a strong human rights framework with a commitment to implement. So these are the 3 points that I would look at. To the collaboration. One of Putin's hopes when starting the heinous war against Ukraine was, of course, to provoke a collapse in the European unity. But he failed. This and the experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the climate crisis, underscored the necessity and also the capability to collaborate in Europe. Ideally, collaboration embraces institutions from the very local to the EU level. However, the challenge is how to join up actors horizontally as well as vertically. How to collaborate between multiple authorities and outside organizations, and how to lead these change processes. We touched a bit on it in the previous panel, and I hope we can continue that discussion. But for sure, for this to render results, it takes many preconditions, but one of them is openness and courage to speak out. In all the three crises, freedom of expression was tampered with. It underscores the need for an open dialogue respecting the complexities of the problems and, of course, the challenges. So COVID-19 was not only about health, but also about social, economic, and mental issues, and many more. Climate is also about taking into consideration the views of indigenous peoples and other groups that may be caught in the transition. The war in Ukraine is also about torture and victims on all sides. It's difficult and sometimes also painful, but for the democratic resilience, we need to discuss how institutions collaborate. How do we lead these change processes? And how do we make the freedom of expression real? So now to my second point on the human rights framework. The pandemic and the climate crisis have illustrated the weaknesses in the preparedness plans, in particular in terms of the leave no one behind commitment. In most countries, the COVID-19 death tolls tell us a story of inequality and poverty in Europe. Elderly people in care homes and persons with disabilities were often transferred to palliative treatment without seeing a medical doctor when they were hit by COVID-19. Insufficient and poorly prepared communication with ethnic and linguistic minorities, as well as persons with mental health problems, caused as well many deaths. In climate-induced flooding or drought, we see exactly the same picture. Persons with disabilities are left behind and counted in disproportional high numbers among the victims, also in Europe. This is not in the global south. So the first step is, of course, to build human rights-based response plans at national and local levels, obliging authorities to include people in vulnerable situations in their preparations. However, building on the lessons learned, we should go further than that. Policies should be moved from response to resilience. The new normal should be that no one is left behind. For example, a human rights-based health system that has an active outreach to persons in vulnerable situations will not only establish trust with these groups, but will hopefully also normally also contribute to bringing down the growing inequality in the health system prevailing throughout Europe. Parallels can be made to education, housing, and other key areas for the well-being of all of us. In short, human rights-based budgeting at EU, national, and at local levels will contribute to build a more resilient Europe for the future. And the good news here is that we in Europe have such examples, and in particular emanating from the many cities now integrating human rights in their policies and practices. So I look very much forward to the panel and to hear more about that from Warsaw. But we also need the ministers of finance and the financial institutions, part of the EU institutions, to engage much more on economic and social rights that was raised. They need to understand that these are legal obligations that we cannot only push aside, as Tena nicely put it in the first panel. It is an important step in the right direction that the Fundamental Rights Agency today has a much stronger mandate to work on economic and social rights than from the outset. FRA, the Fundamental Rights Agency, in close collaboration with national human rights institutions, can help with this mandate to create a stronger resilience. However, for the national institutions to effectively address key human rights issues in collaboration with the other actors, they need a comprehensive mandate covering all rights, being well-resourced and independent, and of course, a political backing. This takes me to my last point, namely implementation. And here I'll come back to something Nils raised in the opening panel, because the question is, why did 4 million Ukrainian refugees in the EU not create a similar crisis as the 1.5 million Syrian refugees in 2015? Question mark. And of course, we all know there are many reasons for that. But one important element relates to the implementation of the Temporary Protection Directive. It existed in 2015, but member states chose not to use it. This time, it was implemented in a spirit of collaboration, and I think, generally speaking, it worked. In general, also way broader than only refugees, implementation is an important ingredient in realizing human rights. However, there is a gross negligence related to implementation of many laws and policies. That is what is sometimes called the responsiveness trap, that you make laws and laws and policies, and the implementation is going like this. Realizing human rights can be better achieved, much better achieved, by bringing words from the law books into the realities in communities. So to conclude, the essence of the lessons learned is that a benefit, or I would say a gain for Europe, it is to collaborate, to create resilience rather than ad hoc responses, to perceive social and health provisions as an investment and not a cost, and to build trust in institutions by implementing and applying a human rights-based approach. So with that, I look very much forward to the discussion in our panel, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Morten.
Oh.
And you can sit in the end, please. And so let me introduce the panelists for this session. Karolina Zdrudowska, Deputy Mayor of Warsaw, Poland. Welcome to the stage. Big applause. Sirpa Rautiok, Chair of European Network of National Human Rights Institutions. And Ingrid Belander Todino, Head of the Unit for Fundamental Rights Policy at the European Commission. If I start with you, Carolina, you have really hands-on experience of delivering fundamental rights in times of crisis. Tell us, what is it like in Warsaw, you city now?
Warsaw has experienced many crises, like many other capital cities, but the crisis we experienced last year was, of course, exceptional because of the scale and because of how rapidly it came to our country. The number of migrants in Poland rose from 5% to 15%, and this was forced migration, which is very different. So we have 10% more people in our city, which means providing all services to 10% more people, which is of course costly, difficult to manage, and there is a lot of risks everywhere on the way in what we were doing. Among these 10%, many are in vulnerable position. Many are in bad psychological situation, in bad economical situation. There are a lot of broken families, dramas, children who are lost from the education system. All you probably heard about. And of course, even though my city was trying to do as much as possible, I have to say that I am proud with what the city, and when I mean the city, not only the administration, but also the citizens of Warsaw, the NGOs, and everyone who was at that time in Warsaw did. But we also know that there are many who are left behind. There are many who did not receive proper care, who will deal with the consequences of the crisis throughout all their lives, probably. And that's why I think that this is now a great time to look backward, to see what we could have done better, what tools we could use to build a more resilient city, country for the future.
What was the main difference in delivering as a city when so many vulnerable people suddenly comes, 10% more, you said, refugees?
I mean, the main problem in supporting them was understanding the needs and recognizing the needs of the people we have. In every crisis, the main issue is to know the people you're helping, is to listen to them and in a way like group their needs and then have a properly suited answer. It was possible with when we were dealing with Belarusian migrants. It was possible when we were helping Afghan refugees, and then we could understand, for example, that most important is education. Most important is how they understand our system, how make it easier for them to join the system, and how to use the areas in the city which were opened for them. In this crisis, it was, I would say, impossible because of the scale, because 30,000 people have arrived daily at the railway station. And what was needed, what was the mainstream approach, to help as many as possible. And this, I'm talking about the general situation, but we can talk about the same situation in every particular area of work in the city. For example, in the field for which I'm responsible, the labor office, it was no time to provide jobs which would answer the qualifications of those women, mostly women who arrived. It was no time to find a job which suits their what they want to do in life. It was time to find any job so that they can be, at least in the basic level, economically independent.
So what do you think you could have done differently, looking back? It's only a year, but if you could do it again?
Of course, the city had some systems which were designed and which just needed a bit different approach. Let's say, for example, about a voluntary work system in Warsaw. We had a website which was already working since the football championships in Warsaw. It was already well recognized among the Warsaw people. So this was a great tool which we had from day to day. We could just open new places for collecting volunteers, and without volunteers, it would be absolutely impossible to manage with the system at the railway stations, for example, and in other institutions. So this we could use. Of course, even in a system which I name as the one which was prepared, we already implemented some changes because we realized that a lot of people who want to do voluntary work, they are discouraged because, for example, they are sent to another part of the city. They would like to work in their neighborhood. This is easier for them. And they were sent somewhere else. So we already implemented some changes. This is just like maybe a small example of this.
And today, what do you need to deliver better today, do you think?
Today we are at a conference about human rights.
Yeah.
So
I mean on yeah.
Yes, and when I say that there are people who are left behind, I believe that we could have done better regarding this issue. At the same time, I know that a huge burden was put on the arms of cities. We were dependent on our financing, on the financing from the government, which was put directly into the shelter places, accommodation, the financial support for refugees, etc. And of course, we had money from the non-governmental organizations. For example, the biggest share was from UNICEF. We know that this funding will be limited drastically. I mean, this is not decided yet, but we know that it will be limited.
Now?
Yes.
In the future?
Yes. And we still have almost 200,000 people in our city who need to be supported. So when I think about the human rights approach, which I believe is a great tool, and which I believe is a very, it's a great support for everyone who is dealing with human rights and needs to design a system which is fair for everyone. I need to think about budgeting, about which you were talking, yes, the human rights budgeting. And in our political situation in Poland, since the beginning of the crisis, we were calling for financing which would go directly to the needs of inhabitants. So either to the city, which had to pay most in financial terms, but also if this is not possible, to the non-governmental organizations which are supporting everything the city is doing so far.
So did any big international EU or human rights actors also play a role here, or was it mainly volunteers and the city?
As I said, the biggest
UNICEF, yeah.
The biggest help was from UNICEF, UNHCR. Sorry, I'm translating from. Yes, and many other international organizations. I'm not gonna name all of them.
So there were other players than the city.
Yes, of course.
Many other players.
Of course, many other players, NGOs, citizens, city.
Do you want to reflect on Warsaw's story? Yes, Sirpa? Mm-hmm.
Well, with pleasure. Warsaw is my second hometown. I've lived there 5 years. In fact, I started my human rights career in Poland as a refugee officer for UNHCR. So I knew quite a bit about Poland, and I love it. I was very impressed what I saw. Together with Debbie Körner, our Secretary General from ENRI, when the crisis started, the aggression against Ukraine, already in March, we were in Poland working with our Polish colleagues, the Commissioner for Human Rights. And we were there in March, went to the borders, we saw the voluntary work. We saw the sign of Miasto Warszawa at the railway station, and we're quite impressed with how well the coordination was then working with the city and the voluntary NGOs and other voluntary people spontaneously as well. We were helping our Polish colleagues. We also went then back in June to Warsaw, and then in August we managed to then get to Kiev, because we had also then started to support the Ukrainian.
But Sirpa, do you see any lessons learned from Warsaw in the future?
Well,
what would you say?
Well, from my perspective,
from your perspective,
I cannot speak for the city of Warsaw. From the human rights structures perspective, I think Human Rights Commissioner in Poland is a good example of a strong multi-mandated body with sufficient resources. They have had some budget cuts, but they are still a large national human rights structure with many competencies, and they were able to deploy people really to the ground. They had like 15, 20 people at any time traveling to the border, helping to receive refugees. So I think that's one first lesson, that you need strong human rights structures. I know they worked also with the city of Warsaw and with voluntary workers. Hanna Maczynska, that time deputy commissioner, has become quite a kind of known figure because of the work that they were doing. So the lesson learned, a strong human rights body can deploy quickly, be effective, and really contribute to the protection of human rights and collaboration with other relevant actors.
But Sirpa, you also have your own examples of challenges and lesson learned from your own point of view in Finland.
Well, they don't compare to situations in some other countries, but every country has issues that you have to deal with. I think one lesson that I realized during pandemic, and I think it's the only crisis where we really can already draw some lessons. For climate change, it's huge, it's existential. I think I feel a little bit small to make any lessons learned on climate crisis. And also then war in Ukraine is ongoing. I will come back to that though, because Finland has a specific place.
The pandemic.
I lost a little bit my point. My own example is from working on structures. For many years, I obviously through our network, ENRI, and colleagues in Warsaw, in Poland, in Croatia, saw what was happening elsewhere. And I started to worry about our resilience, not only ours, but Finnish human rights structures in general. And it was not because of ill will by the government. It was rather that it was not a planned. It had grown organically. There were many small actors, no resources. You know, we have 6 specialized bodies. We have 2 oversight bodies at constitutional level and National Human Rights Institution. We all work very well together. But it was created for good times. And when we saw that pandemic started, it was very clear that we didn't have response capacity. We were fragmented. It was difficult to coordinate. The smaller bodies didn't really have a role. Because I'm working within the Ombudsman office in the Parliament, it was easier for us to get a role in monitoring the emergency legislation, the decrees. But we had worked on structures. Actually, during pandemic, we created a study on Finnish human rights structures, very thorough mapping. And it was a good progress. It was participatory. We got to know each other better. And in fact, during this process, we actually already improved some of our responses. And we have, we come together frequently. And as I said, although we were a little bit critical of the structures, the setup, it was not critical against any single actor. Everybody's doing good work. It was just not created for crisis. So this would be my too small, no resources, too many actors to cooperate, and also, type of skills we have in a country that has been living a good long period without war or crisis. People don't have that kind of skills anymore. We didn't have vehicles. People don't know how to, operate in crisis situation. So I think, and I'll come back to what we are doing now, because we are preparing for more crisis.
You are preparing now?
Well, Finland has always been quite well prepared for security type of situations.
You have a border,
Yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean human rights actors are included. To some extent we are, though. But I don't want to speak too long now. I'll come back to security lessons later.
Ingrid, well, you work for the Commission. Could you give any examples of the Commission's actions during this crisis that you can learn from, or lessons learned?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's an enormous list that I could mention.
But choose something.
But I think that I need to narrow it down to the fundamental rights aspects and why we are here. And I would like to pick up on Morten's first point on collaboration and strengthening the partnership that we have to have in order for the human rights systems to work. And maybe it's my turn to the last, the third crisis, and bring that into there, because on the climate crisis, or the climate change debate that we have, I think the collaboration and listening to the children and the younger generation is absolutely key, and we need to support that movement. And that is something that I didn't hear in the first panel we had here. Unless we bring in the voices of the younger generation and children, it's very difficult to design the future of our future human rights systems. And there I would like to give a very concrete example of what we are doing in the Commission right now. In my team, we are creating a children's participation platform, which will be web-based and a live platform of existing child participation mechanisms in Europe, where children can bring in their voices to any issue of EU policy, which is a positive example of where we can bring in the civil society, because they are, of course, working with civil society actors, being supported by civil society actors, and can bring their opinions and explain their needs in how we should shape Europe.
And what do you
future.
do with these opinions and needs?
They will be part of we are setting it up. It will go live in June. The first session will be in June. So if we have, for example, an initiative on whatever it can be, they will give their opinion, and we will consult with children and not only with adults on any EU initiative. So that will be part of the way we design EU measures in the future. So it will be a standard thing that we do. Another thing that I didn't really hear, and I think is a lesson learned from all different crises we have seen, the financial crisis, the so-called migration crisis in 2015, COVID, Ukraine, is every crisis brings a spiral of hatred and intolerance against against minority groups. And that is really something that we have to address really seriously. It's online, but also spills over offline with hate crime. We have seen many killings of people who speak up in favor of migrants, LGBTI rights, and so on. So unless we really address those threats, those threats online and offline, of course, it attacks our fundamental rights, our democracies. It silences people who want to speak up, and in the end, you will have a very polarized society. So concretely what we're doing, one very good example that started already in 2016 is that we have a code of conduct with the main IT platforms, the social media companies, and civil society actors to moderate and take down illegal content online. That's is a good example what the EU can do to bring stakeholders together and try to make difference. So that is, for me, concrete examples that you asked for in how to address crisis. But then I can also repeat on what we heard also in the first panel on how to make our human rights systems more resilient. There are the ingredients that I think I really agree with Morten. Those 3 points are the key to make this. We have to be not only reacting, but preventing and creating a system that works through all crises.
Morten, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, no, not really. But what I would, one element that sort of cut across all the presentations and also from the first panel, is this, how do we coordinate it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's from at all the various levels. I mean, how do we do it? And let's recall SDG 17 that calls on partnership, basically recognizing that we cannot solve the enormous challenges, the complexity of the challenges, if we do not collaborate. But we're not very good at it. I mean, we have not been trained. I mean, either it's just sort of you do this and then sort of we do each our little thing. I mean, that's a little bit how I heard you see about sort of there are so many and it was not really coordinated. Or you try a classical, very hierarchical, there's one person or one institution at the top, then trying to be in control of it all, and that doesn't work either. So how do we actually develop new forms, and how do we prepare ourselves? Because, of course, what you were faced with in Warsaw, I mean, you can hardly, yes, you can prepare yourself better, but I mean, you do not foresee getting such an influx over such a short period of time. But I think some of the ways is sort of, if we can prepare ourselves in understanding how we lead these complex processes, whether it's climate, migration, or whatever the issues may be. So I would actually like to hear a little bit, if you could say just a few words on how they were sort of in very practical terms. Who took the leadership? You said you had a lot of international organizations coming in. The city played a role. I'm sure civil society did as well. But how did you sort of coordinate it? Are there any lessons learned there?
Of course, there are issues which should be commented about this. But you ask who coordinated. It's hard to say because it was all a sort of a chaos, at least at the beginning. And I can say what we haven't done well at the beginning in talking about the subject was that we didn't have that good recognition of the non-governmental organizations in Warsaw are doing. Of course, we knew a lot of them. We were supporting a lot of them. They have our subsidies, but so many actors appeared, and we should have mapped them much earlier. We should have
so that's a lesson learned. Yeah.
Another thing was communication among organizations, the city, the government, because there were some fields in which the actions were overlapping. Yeah. And some issues which were not taken into, like they did not receive proper focus, proper help. So for sure, collaboration, coordination, good communication among all the actors and recognizing all the actors. Somehow in Warsaw it happened
improvised.
Yes. So this is something that should be done better, and also maybe supporting non-governmental organizations, also the very small ones, because very often they are dealing with very specific issues of very small groups, but they are extremely important, and a lot of them in human rights area. They need to have enough support to be more, I would say, maybe flexible and also resilient, because a lot of them were helping migrants or LGBTQ people in legal aspects.
Yeah.
There were mostly lawyers who were helping to have the proper status, go to a proper institution, etc.
And they needed a home or a work. And
all of a sudden, a totally different work.
Oh, that's interesting. Sirpa, Ingrid, and then Morten.
I wanted to continue on the human rights structures and mention a couple of good examples. I think first very good news is ENRI and Equinet. We have two wonderful networks co-locating, not competing. We have common members and we work a lot together. And we know each other very well, and in all the countries, and we learn from each other. So this is really the first good news, and it's based on solidarity, cooperation, and I can honestly say that it is a group of friends with many, those who are active. But you need to have NHRIs for that. You need to have, national body to take part. And this is why we were so happy finally to welcome the Swedish National Human Rights Institution not long ago. Sweden has taken a long time to prepare, and it has been done thoroughly. Finland did the same. We are also fairly recent, only 10 years. Finnish government consecutive governments took more than 10 years to prepare. But I can say after 10 years, it actually works. Even in this complicated structure, it works. We have found a way to work together. So this is good news.
Thank you, Ingrid.
No, I think that the message is really that nobody can do it alone, and everybody's underfunded. Like everybody.
Yeah. That's a general
in
problem.
the Commission, I have 20 people doing fundamental rights in all over Europe, and we are funding, so I'm not saying that but everybody's underfunded and under-resourced. So unless we work together, it's not going to work. So, and then I think we need to kind of trickle it down because, okay, the Commission manages a lot of big budgets, and we can fund CSOs, we can fund the human rights institutions, we can fund, and we do. But I think we need to do it much more strategically. And we need to control the big funds as well, because I have a program called the Citizens Equality Rights and Values Program. It's a few millions per year. It's not a lot, but if you talk about the structural funds where the EU gives money to the member states to all through the cohesion funds and the social funds and so on. There we have put in place a mechanism to have horizontal enabling condition, it's called, to ensure that the Charter on Fundamental Rights is complied with in managing these funds. So that's also another tool of making sure that the money hopefully will be used in line with the Charter. So the partnerships are key, and creating more partnerships, and that we really try to get the CSOs on the grassroots level to be funded as well, because they often don't get the national funds. And you gave a very good example of that.
So you all speak about partnerships, and actually the other panel did that too. You can't do it alone, you need new cooperation. So why don't you?
We do.
We do.
We do, but it's sometimes a drop in the ocean because the needs are huge. And now we're talking about our organizations, their core business is fundamental rights, but then you go into all sorts of areas where there's social exclusion, people working with the kids in the hoods and having real problems in dealing with violence and crime and so on. Those are mainly volunteers. They don't get funded.
Morten?
No, but that's coming back to the budget again. I mean, that we need to sort of say rethink some of these concepts and the way that ministers of finance look at these issues. As I said in my remarks, that we need to see it as an investment in our local communities, in our youngsters, instead of social costs. And now we have to pay more taxes. So no, this is an investment in the future. And now there's more and more, let's say, work being done in that regard. Also from an economic perspective, we now start seeing economists, and very much pushed by the Office of the High Commissioner, among others, that way of thinking. And again, getting sort of a more meat to the bone on economic social rights, and as sort of a new language to open the eyes and ears of the ministers of finance, so they understand that, as I said before, the economic social rights is law. I mean, it's binding. You have to. You cannot just either ignore it, or when you sort of say, okay, we need to do something here, but then we take from this other vulnerable group, and then we are sort of back to where we were.
Yeah.
So a new way of thinking.
Well, perhaps building on that, I would like to stress another aspect of national human rights structures. It's also that the work is long-term. You cannot have constant changes. You're cutting here, adding new tasks. It has to be planned. It has to be, enough resourced, increasing if there are new tasks. And I think this has been, even with very well-intentioned government, they tend to like to score political points. So something comes up, a new issue, and they think we have to react to that. So let's establish something. Why not have a strong body which has a lot of expertise, flexibility? I'm not against having several bodies. I think several bodies are needed, but not small bodies for every item. It has to be somehow planned, and using synergies and the existing structures. Only after thorough assessment you should then set up something new if really there is no other option.
So there are too many bodies today, or it's fragmental.
It's not too many. It's that it's not planned. It's not strategic, and it's not planned. You know, there are still gaps. With 9 human rights bodies, I identified several serious gaps. Nobody working on trafficking. Nobody working on gender-based violence from perspective of oversight and monitoring.
Right.
So you can have many actors and still have very serious gaps. Youth rights is another point.
Yeah. So more systematic, built-in human right-based approach to future crises as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, no, because exactly if you build it in, so to say, at early stage, then what you achieve is that you will get that resilience. Then it's not only a response to a crisis, oh, we have to do something and we have to find out how we manage this. No, then you build it. I'll give you 2 examples very shortly. I mean, the one is when we work with human rights cities, one of the things that we hear from cities is that suddenly it creates, when you have a human rights-based approach to children.
You should tell the audience, maybe everyone don't know what it is.
I mean, basically, human rights cities are cities that take on board the work on human rights, basically integrated in policies and strategies and in the activities throughout the administration. Of course, they look very different. It's not a homogeneous sort of label, but it's moving. They're taking human rights into consideration. And what it does, 2 things. First of all, it creates a much better dialogue with civil society. Certainly there's a common agenda of fulfilling or addressing this particular human rights issue. Yes, you have as municipality or whatever, your task, and we as civil society will cry out and sort of say point to where you're not doing well enough, but the agenda is more common than it is sort of say without that common goal. So that's one lesson learned. Another lesson learned is, for example, I mentioned in my opening the health system, where we saw some human rights-based hospitals where they have built up for long trust with the most vulnerable group in their community. They're saying we are not only a hospital, a health service for those who can manage to come from their home to our place. We are also a service for all those out there, the ethnic minorities, persons with mental health problems or others. We know these barriers in the health system, and they try to bypass that. Then we got the COVID, and suddenly they could immediately, because they had built up the trust, they built up, so to say, the resilience in that community. So they had a very active outreach, and also when the vaccination was going to be rolled out, it sort of went smoother than in other communities. So there's a lot with
there are systems,
and which are not necessarily very costly.
No.
So it's not. So it's more a question of maybe rethink the way we do, for example, health system or child care or elder care or whatever.
Katarina, Warsaw is striving to be such a human rights city, right?
As well as many other cities in Poland, we are looking into the tool provided by FRA.
So do you think that this kind of tool for the next refugee crisis
I'm sure that this is a great tool to build a more resilient city. But again, my the issue which worries me is that this is one of the main points is that we need to know our inhabitants. We need to design our programs knowing for whom they are, etc. We need to change our perspective on looking at programs, policies, projects in terms of who is the beneficent, like in the last point. So now if you ask for whom is this program? For everyone. Everyone can apply. But in the end, you should look at the who really applied and see if it was designed for everyone. But this is costly. Again.
Money.
And I will be coming back to the issue of finances all the time in this approach. Right. Also, coming back a little bit to what you said before, the financing, which is sure, predictable, and long-term, allows us to build solutions which will, of course, be long-term and really bring real change to people's lives. For example, in the field of employment, what is the... I'd love to have financing for programs of activization of women. But these are costly programs which last a year and a half, for example, where for half a year it's a training, then for a year a stabilized job. But it is also risky. We don't know if these women will stay in Poland, go to another country, or move back to Ukraine. So this is not something the city can put a lot of financing to.
Thank you, Carolina. Your proposals for actions, will have to think about them a little bit, because I really want the audience to come in and wave and say things. So let me see you. I have one gentleman here. Anyone else who wants to come in? And I have a lady there. Who has the other microphone? Yeah, there. Yeah. Just wave to the lady in the back. Yeah? Do you see her? Good. Please introduce. I was also asked to ask you to stand up. Would you do that for me?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Yunus Mohammadi. I'm representing Greek Forum of Refugees from Greece here, and also I'm member of the expert group of the Commission on Views of Migration and Asylum. I want to ask the Deputy Mayor of Warsaw, as we are speaking about lessons learned from crisis, I'm asking if you have any cooperation or collaborations with Greek authorities, civil society organizations, in terms that, because there was a refugee crisis already, and exactly what you are speaking about, the recording and understanding the challenge of newcomers. Actually, it was the challenge also in Greece. Of course, the numbers were not millions, but it was less. But it was a crisis for Greece. At least for Greece, it was a crisis. So if you had any cooperation to learn from them, or maybe this kind of cooperations, or in general, if Greece and Poland and other countries that they have experienced such crisis can share it, and also can be used collectively for the future crisis, as we hope that we would not have, but as we see we will have. So to how we can use this. I think it is one question. The second, for the chair of Network of Human Rights, National Institutions of Human Rights. As we see in different member states, national human rights institutions are not, in some countries, are not active at all. So as we see some, for example, as now I can understand in Poland, here in Sweden, and some countries, that these national human rights institutions, they are active on the ground, they are collaborating and doing work actively. But in some countries like Greece, like Italy, as I see even in Spain, and some countries, they are not visible. They are not, we don't see in networks of civil society organizations as we are speaking about this fundamental rights, protection of fundamental rights in times of crisis. So what is the challenge here? It is just budgeting or something else also? Thank you very much.
Okay, you want to start?
So this collaboration and learning from each other's practices is done best through the non-governmental organizations. So the international organizations are where the crises appear. And that's why we were working with them so closely, because we knew that there is no chance we have 1% of their experience in what happened in Greece, in all other countries which were facing crises. If you ask me, I did not have contact with those authorities, but through the organizations, I'm sure that the best solutions were passed.
Mm-hmm. And Sirpa?
Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, there are certain criteria that you have to fulfill to be an NHRI, recognized NHRI with A status. Italy doesn't have one. It's a problem that there are still 4 EU member states without NHRI. We are very diverse, so are the equality bodies. Some are ombuds type of institutions. So Spain has a very active ombuds institution that has been receiving complaints. And then I don't know the Greece as well, but some NHRIs are more research-based. Not all deal with complaints, and certainly most of us are not, networks of civil society organizations, but we have to work with civil society. I think partially it's because there are different types. Partially it's a question of kind of the work modus operandi, how you work. Not everybody is reaching out, perhaps not enough. I know some who are. The Croatian Ombuds institution is definitely one of those that is known everywhere. They go. So they are different, but in Italy there isn't one, and that is a problem still for.
And what do you say about Greece then?
Well, I don't know the Greek Commission very well. I think it's very small. It's a commission type. I think only a few lawyers who are working very much on legal issues. When you are small, you have to also select your niche. For us, it was for a long time human rights education. Then it became monitoring with more resources. And now it's more outreach. We have a youth program. We do international work. So you see, with more money, you can add activities to your program.
We had someone here. Is there anyone else? There's one. Do you see her? So, yeah, good. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Aileen Donnelly. I'm a judge of the Court of Appeal of Ireland. And I just thought the session might like to hear how the Irish judiciary responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I don't think we were alone. In fact, I know that very early on, the European Judicial Training Network had a seminar organised with, curiously, a judicial institute in Texas, of all places, which was very good around how to respond, around safety issues in court, around remote courts and things like that. And in Ireland, when lockdown happened, we all have to cast our minds back to that terrible period around March of 2020. So there was a lockdown, and the courts stopped very, very abruptly where they could. But we placed an emphasis. First of all, our Chief Justice and presidents of each division worked together very closely with the Courts Service Administration to try and see how things could advance. And, right from the start, of course, custody cases were prioritised. And that worked with the Irish Prison Service because they used links with the prisons rather than having to bring the prisoners on, mention or adjournment dates into court. And that was in aid of the prisoners as well, because going back into the prisons where their conditions were very difficult in terms of isolation and things like that. And custody cases throughout it were prioritised, which for non-minor crime was very difficult. It took a while for jury trials to get up and running, because that's 12 members of the public who are supposed to sit together. They had to have separate rooms. They had to have them spread out over a courtroom. It was really, really difficult. They had to give them an entire courtroom when it was their time to deliberate. So literally, the number of trials that could happen were really cut down. And they ended up hiring venues, conference venues, to try and run these things. We also prioritised family law, in particular child custody and domestic violence cases. And also what we did was bring in remote courts relatively quickly. For myself in the Court of Appeal, I spent 18 months before I ever physically sat in a courtroom. It took 18 months. Now, we did learn lessons from all of that. I think having better technology was one, safer technology was one, but we also learned that we could save time by electronic delivery of judgments, for example, which was something we had never really done before. There are lots of lessons around it. So I just think, obviously, the courts, you don't really have a functioning system of protection of human rights if you don't have the courts in action. So it's vital, and they can respond. And as far as I'm aware, most of the courts, both in Europe and globally, really were responding and doing their best to try and make sure that cases were being heard as quickly as possible and as safely as possible.
Thank you for sharing. There are two. First you, and it's good.
Thank you. My name is Lora Vidovic. I'm currently head of the health and social portfolio in City of Zagreb, but previously I was Croatian Ombudswoman and the chair of ENRI. Thank you for inviting me, first of all, for this conference. I think it's really important to speak, and I keep thinking about the underlying word of the whole day, which is crisis. We started with the minister enlisting
Yeah.
Obviously, non-exhaustive list of different crises, which Nils very quickly added to by naming migration, and Michael called it polycrisis. And it made me think about my childhood in former Yugoslavia, with several economic crises in 70s and 80s, and then war. And unlike Finland, which had its number of years of peaceful times, we, after the war, of course, had post-conflict issues, transitional justice, again, several economic crises, and then COVID. And then in March 2020, we had an earthquake, a devastating earthquake. And then 3 or 4 months later, 2 more earthquakes, which actually left people dying. So it's not just a thing you kind of feel, but something that was really devastating. And it makes me think, if ever there was a time, and there will be a time, in which we can say that there is a peace and that there is some sort of the crisis, or we have to adjust and normalize, that we just get used to living in a constant crisis mode. And then what can help us in that? Because I strongly believe that today is much better today than tomorrow will be. The preparedness plan that you, Morten, mentioned, I think connects very well with what Michael named as EU Fundamental Rights Action Plan. If we have the strength and the political will to design it, and then if we have the political will to effectively implement it, because otherwise it's just another piece of paper. Just like there was another piece of paper called Temporary Protection Directive in 2015, which was very helpful a couple of years later. Another point I wanted to make was about partnership and cooperation. Of course, that goes, hierarchically and vertically, and of course with NGOs, with civil society organizations. That was very well emphasized today. But it struck me that there is a difference between civil society organizations that work on advocacy and political rights, that governments try to push against and suppress and intimidate. And there are service provision civil society organizations that get our support and get our funding, and governments very much rely on them. And I think perhaps there are some connections and lessons learned that we get from that. And finally, I was very happy when Tena mentioned earlier importance of the education and working with youth. And there's just another point I would add there, and that is the empowerment of the rights holders. Because if we don't do that, we remain in our bubble. And it's the people that make strong systems, including human rights systems. So I think the empowerment and the engagement with the rights holders, especially those left behind and most vulnerable, is one of the first priorities that we need to tackle. So thank you.
Thank you. Besides you,
Thanks. Debbie Kohner, Secretary General of ENRI, the European Network of National Human Rights Institutions. Thank you to each of the panel members. And you have inspired me to repeat a little bit what you were saying, but to apply it in a different way. First of all, I heard in relation to states that there needs to be more long-term thinking, preparedness, resilience, and also looking at collaboration for all of us. And I think each of these can also be applied to the institutions themselves that work on human rights, including national human rights institutions. We really need to make sure that we each have long-term planning, including consideration of with whom and how we need to collaborate, because that actually takes time. It takes resources over and above doing the day job, and it's not always going to be with our friends. Sometimes there'll be others that really need to be contacted. This is part of the long-term planning and preparedness that will also help with resilience in the end. And we've seen at ENRI how more and more NHRIs, or national human rights institutions, actually come under attack, and they might be more likely to come under attack at a time of crisis when funds are limited or when there is a real backsliding in human rights and rule of law. And the advantage, as Morten was saying, in having a comprehensive and broad mandate is that in the short-term time of crisis, even though there is a need to address those most immediate needs, an NHRI can look more broadly across the spectrum, which should hopefully help with this leave no one behind. But my final point, and it's perhaps with Laura, you mentioning Croatia, I'm originally from Belfast, and I've seen time and time again how what might seem like a short-term crisis can leave a very long shadow. And the reality is it's nearly always the same group that is left behind, that is most impacted, and those are those in poverty and also those in a vulnerable situation. And it's important that we do speak of the importance of fundamental rights for all at time of crisis. It's not only for some, but we also need, for example, now, years after the financial crisis, there are still some that are impacted, years after other crises, like in Belfast. So let's recognize that there is some short-term action needed in a time of crisis, but also not forget about the crisis, only have lessons learned in the years following, but think about the long-term shadow that it can place on societies, including the polarization that Ingrid mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to comment or ask a question to the panel? You're so welcome. Here we go. In the back, there is a lady, I think. Here you go. Yeah.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Belinda Deer. I work at ILGA Europe. It's an umbrella LGBTI rights organization. We have membership in Europe and Central Asia. I just wanted to make a comment, and I think it really complements a lot of what's been said. It's more kind of a testimony from what we've been seeing in times of crisis. So with the pandemic, as well as with the war in Ukraine, and actually also the earthquake in Turkey, we've seen that LGBTI people are quite frequently not reached out to by service providers and humanitarian organizations. And I think that something that we can take from that is that there should be somehow an obligation for LGBTI civil society to be reached out to by those responding and by local governance, especially if the national governance is not supportive of LGBTI rights. And then, of course, continued funding for LGBTI organizations. Thanks.
Thank you. Any comments from the panel on what has been said now? Yes, please, Morten. Sorry, I will just wave. Yeah. There are two people.
Yeah,
should we wait for them? Because
no problem.
Yes, 1 and 2 here in this on the second row. Thank you.
So, Marta Sieciarek, Poland, and so I was working on the regional level, and I wanted to address what the Commission, Ingrid, what you said about some relation between fundamental rights charter and the cohesion and social funds. I don't see that happening, and the bar for Poland is really low, and it says so. The regions are told, don't give the money to the zones free of LGBTI. This is what is being taught. Nothing more about, how to. Sorry.
It's not operational yet. It's
oh
new.
yeah, I hope, but in fact the
Poland
money
has not been approved yet. That's why.
No, but it is. The money is already being distributed, and the projects are already being created, and the money is going, and there's no equality provisions, and no education around that, and what should be happening. So I would really, and also in this respect, we are thinking about what tools could be done for civil society to look into that. About like, for example, the disabilities rights. There's huge money for the institutionalization and so on. So how about social auditing, asking what is the plans, what is the vision and so on, because this is absolutely, it lacks coordination and definitely it lacks the human rights-based approach in any minimal level. So this is what I wanted to comment on.
Thank you.
My name is John Stauffer. I'm the legal director at Civil Rights Defenders, a Sweden-based human rights organization that works as a national watchdog and across the world. I have a question to the panel. I was pleased to hear that the panel so clearly mentioned the importance of civil society in addressing crisis and the need for cooperation, collaboration, and coordination, which includes civil society. But it all comes down, as I think you also recognized, to funding and financing of the work of civil society. And I think civil society is oftentimes not only short in terms of funding, but also crumbling under the burden of administration around funding, under project funding, short-term project funding. And Ingrid, you mentioned how the EU is an important donor, and there is sometimes significant funds, but they are, for most civil society organizations, they are not accessible in practice.
So your question
so
is?
My question is, what can be done by the Commission, and what do the rest of you see as possibilities to make it easier for civil society to get funding?
Ingrid, do you want to?
Yeah, I totally recognize that, and it's a heavy machine to get into. We have so-called financial regulations that are kind of keeping all of us in this funding world. But what we have done in the program that we are managing, we have put 50 million euros we have funded intermediaries that then can fund directly to smaller organizations without any administrative burden and on a lump sum basis. It's a pilot that we're testing now. It's a way to make it much easier for the smaller organizations to get funding quick. And so it's the intermediary that takes all the administrative burden, but they will choose then the organizations that they are funding at the national level. Sweden is a little bit of a problem because they don't apply for a lot of funding from the Commission because of the administrative burden, and also because there are a lot of funding available in Sweden. Maybe it's not worth it. So we see that a lot.
And what do you do about it?
We can't force people to apply for funds, so
too bad.
But we do.
But why is it so complicated so they don't do it, even though they need it? Yeah. Yeah.
It's very lengthy.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, very lengthy.
Yeah.
It's a huge machine. What we have done is to ask member states to appoint charter focal points. So in the area of fundamental rights, that we hope can channel information as well about funding opportunities at the national level. So we're setting up a lot of structures now, and we're totally aware of that. But it's, as you said, it's a long, slow process. But I know it's written in the financial regulation. Yeah.
We have someone in the back, right? Or yes, there you stand. And then we have Tena.
I just moved.
Yeah. Good, you're very elusive. Yeah.
I lost you.
Yeah.
I think that one of the issues...
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Sorry. Jean-Robert Suesser from the European Civic Forum, which is a network of 100 organizations all through Europe. And because we are a network of 100 organizations around Europe, we every day live very different situations regarding the countries, regarding the cities, regarding local authorities, national authorities. So that's the basic from which I want to start. I think that what we are discussing here is very much the relation between civil society, organized civil society, and institutions in times of dealing with crisis. In fact, I suppose that we can say that from civic actors, we always act because there is a crisis. A small crisis, a medium crisis. And sometimes we have big crises, and maybe that's the times of crisis we have here. It's when you have big crises, and COVID and the war with Ukraine obviously are big crises. And I have a question for this relation between civic actors and institutions. My feeling from the experience we have, but I don't know if it's large enough, it is that when we have good practices in normal crises, we have better practices because of big crises. But when we have little practice, bad practice, in times of normal crisis, it's very difficult to find people with whom we can interact in institutions just because it's a big crisis. And we go very often in parallel. In Poland, I had, for instance, this impression that where the relations were existing before, they improved, but where they were not existing before, it was two parallel mobilizations that did not meet so much. And I think that we saw it in other countries. So how you see it from your side?
Who wants to answer? Is it an Ingrid question or
Is
a
it?
Sirpa question?
I don't think it was Sirpa question.
No, it's an Ingrid question.
It's
Yeah,
an
for
Ingrid
sure.
question.
Again, yes.
It's a money question.
Yeah.
A money question. I think that, well, from the Commission's, we're very, very far from the ground. I would say that we have structures in place where we have contacts with the civil society organizations, the human rights defenders, and the NHRIs and the equality bodies. And it's a constant, and I would say it's improving and it's going up. For example, we put much more funding and so on. But then what happens at the national level or at the local level is where I think we need the local partners to tell us what's going on. I hope that what the conditionality that I mentioned can help us with is that all the programs have to set up a monitoring body, a monitoring committee, which should report on any fundamental rights violations in the implementation of funding. Okay, now I'm talking about the big structural funds, but it can also indicate issues that come up that we could be aware of and try to address. But again, there are huge distances from the local to Brussels.
Sirpa.
Building on that, I think the beauty of national human rights institutions is that it is a conduit for international human rights system. Council of Europe standards and norms, Commission's rule of law reporting, none of that would work if they are not serious people who have qualifications, who do the work at the national level. So feeding back, receiving, and making that systematically, objectively, and this is the task of the national human rights institutions.
Yeah. Yes, I will let you talk. One is here and one is in the end. And if there's anyone else, it's the time to wave now, because after that we will cut. Okay? Oh, all right. 1, 2, 3. But first, Morten.
No, let's wait.
But do we have get a word at the end or not?
Yeah, will we get?
You will all get a word because you're going to come with your proposals. You remember?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay,
for the writing, yeah. So
okay. No, but then I just one comment to a little bit linked to this, but also to what Laurie said on civil society and the various actors in civil society. Because I think we have a tremendous big problem in Europe, and that is that we have gotten a co-opted civil society and thereby lost important voices. And that's, when we talk about shrinking space, we very often talk about the illiberal countries, etc., and all that. But there's another with exactly the same impact, and that is all the civil society that get a lot of state funding up until, I would say, maybe starting in the beginning of 2000s, you could actually have that double role of being critical and doing tasks for the state. With the securitization and the tougher agenda throughout Europe, today it's hardly possible. We have examples of it in Sweden, in Denmark, throughout Europe, and it's something we need to address if we want to have that more mature, resilient democracy, because we are losing important voices in Europe. So that was just sort of...
I'm not sure the French gentleman got his answer, but maybe, yeah. Tena, and there is a gentleman there, and then there is a lady there, but you have to be sort of short.
I'll be very short. I already spoke a lot. But I'm not speaking as the chair of Equinet, but the Ombudsman of Croatia. One thing I didn't hear, and I think we're missing, and it's incredibly important, which we saw nationally, both in response to COVID, but also as well as the earthquakes, is the way you communicate to different groups and the simplicity of the message. Even though sometimes the rules will be very complicated, you need to sometimes simplify the message. And also which channels to use, how to reach each group. I was sort of missing that, so I wanted to add that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Tamás Kádár. I'm the co-director of Equinet, the European Network of Equality Bodies. And my point is on sanctions. And I think it is important because simply it does not cost if someone is violating human rights and equality issues. And I think this is a problem because this makes it look like fundamental rights and equality are a luxury only for sunny days. And of course, in times of crisis, when governments and everyone has to find and make really difficult decisions, it's easy to decide to violate human rights and undermine equality if it doesn't actually cost them much. And I think we could take some lessons from the field of data protection here, because that I can name as a very particular field of fundamental rights where it actually does cost. And then you can see everyone scrambling in 2018 before the coming into force of the GDPR. Everyone, I think every single European almost knew this abbreviation. So this was my point for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Last short point. Thank you.
Hello, very shortly. I'm Almudena Darias. I come from the Ministry of Justice, but I'm working now at the Permanent Representation of Spain before the EU, and I'm also a member of the FREMP group. First of all, thank you for all the interventions that I think are very inspiring, but I wanted you to possibly elaborate a bit more on the citizens' perspective. I think Laura mentioned it, that how do we get to this empowerment of the right holders? For instance, in the digital era, where how do we not leave someone behind? How do we give them the skills to be able to protect online the data or to identify disinformation? How do we give the citizens the skills to really empower them? Thank you.
That's a big question. Could someone ask, who wants to answer that shortly, so we can get to our lessons learned? Yeah.
No, but I would actually take the outset in what Caroline talked about, saying, I think you said, we need to know our people better. And I think that is the beginning of it. We need to be curious about who's living in our city? Who are they? Or in our community, whatever. But cities are sort of a nice entity. And then starting reaching out, understanding. When we made at the Brandberg Institute a big study on emergency preparedness plans in 15 countries. I think there was 1 or 2 countries where there was an obligation to, on beforehand, to have identified people in a vulnerable situation in the local community. 1 to 2 countries, come on, and it's throughout Europe. I mean, it's simply not considered. We do not know our populations. So you start by getting a sense of, and then you say, but how do we do that? And it's interesting when we dig into cities and see what sort of data do you already have. They have a lot of data. There's a lot, so you can already, at the desk, you can start gathering. And then you can start in the school system to reach out to the school children in a let's say, in a human rights-based manner. So you take the outset in the children and not necessarily only in the institution. Same with health, etc., etc. So there are a number of ways, but you need to have that curiosity about who that you so nicely pointed to. We need to know who's in our city. And if you don't really care about that, and you just sort of speak in generalities, which is the norm, then you will not. And then from there on, you start engaging the various groups, school children, whoever you are engaged with, in whatever you want to do. So it's that dialogue. And this is, again, why this whole movement of Human Rights City is so interesting, because this is where we may be able to regain trust in democratic institutions. We cannot just give up and say, okay, then we hope for human rights and business or civil society. It's all good, but we really need to look for the democratic institutions. And where we really find where there is basis for outreach and trust building, I think it's at a local level.
Carolina, did you want to say something short?
I wanted to mention one word which you included in your last sentence, trust. In Poland, we have a little bit of this attitude, us, them, administration and communities. And of course, we are working on this, but we have to build this atmosphere of communication in which the society will be willing to share. Because I cannot tell about other countries, but I know that in Poland this is a very big problem, building trust. And of course, we have a lot of projects about this. We have a policy of diversity, which is also like the first point of teaching our administration how to talk to different people, yes? So not to create any sort of this microaggression which appears very often in public administration, which stops communication. We are absolutely sure that then we will not find out anything about our inhabitants. So this trust is another issue.
Okay, it's time for your proposals for actions. It's like the jury. Who wants to start? Maybe Ingrid, who's sitting. Your best proposals for actions when it comes to lessons learned in the future.
Well, it's nothing groundbreaking. I think we need to implement and enforce what we have. I think that we have all the structures in place. We have legislation, we have policies. What we need is political will and very stubborn civil servants and human rights defenders to make sure that we hold those who don't comply with fundamental rights to account. And then also the other point, and I had already put it on my list, the communications. Communicate fundamental rights, make it real for people. I think the COVID crisis showed people what it means to be locked into your house and not have the freedom to walk out on the street. It made it real. So that is really important, and engage with the kids.
3 points from you. Thank you. Sirpa, your proposals for actions.
Well, build resilience, continue to plan and use initiative to get to those tables where others are planning to make sure that it doesn't happen what you, Morten, said, that people are forgotten, because this is the essence of fundamental rights. Two things we are doing, and I think it's a good recommendation. We are doing contingency planning now within the Finnish NHRI together with the Ombudsman. Very practical. How do we do when electricity goes? Russians are after our electric power plants. What do we do when the elevators don't work with our disabled colleagues? How do we reach out to each other?
Preparedness plan.
Preparedness. But it also has to be more analytical. We cannot only just have emergency action. We also have foresight research going on. Finnish government has been doing a lot of strategic foresight planning, but they didn't include a lot of human rights, rule of law, or kind of utopic crisis. So we have now for half a year done scenarios for all kinds of eventualities. On Monday, workshop for human rights actors to start discussing foresight, future planning, so that we are prepared.
Carolina, short.
I would say building competences in the city administration. Giving them standards, but not general standards, very specific standards in all the areas where the new inhabitants of Warsaw or all the discriminated groups are facing our people.
Thank you. Morten.
I think I've already said it. I mean, daring to reach out to the populations, listening to what are the concerns, ask them. So, curiosity and courage.
Curiosity and courage, that will be the last word for this magnificent panel and this magnificent audience. Thank you for interacting. Thank you for your thoughts. Applaud. And you will, of course, also get your fika tray. Well, actually, I was supposed to try to conclude this whole day and do a big conclusions here, the last few minutes. You can stay here, please. What we have learned today, I think many of you actually did nice conclusions on the floor here from what we did today. But I want also to tell you about tonight, because tonight we're going to go for dinner. All of you are invited. The bus leaves exactly at 7 o'clock from here. That is Swedish 7 o'clock. which means 7 o'clock. And we will go to something called Borgen, which is the students' house, described as something as a Harry Potter experience. You want to be there? It's going to be a lovely male choir, very famous choir. I suppose it's going to be super nice and very good food, and I hope to see you all there. Tomorrow, we will be in breakout groups, and if you see the list of participants, it will say what group you will be in. You will get a lot of information about that tomorrow, so you don't have to be too worried about what group, who's going to be in a group, and so on. But if you're curious about it, you can see it there. Meanwhile, I want to thank you for being with us today, and we'll see you on the bus. Yeah, right. Applause. Thank you.